Boarding time, late night. Names roll past the gate sign slow. Passport in the chat box. I see all my regulars glow. Cabin lights on dim. Wear wheels up, here we go. Welcome to the spy flight. Lean back, let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy flight, smooth air all the way tonight. Seatbelt ping, soft chime. You laugh at the lag on the screen. Map lines curve like blue wine. Pour another pixelated dream. Snacks stacked by the keyboard. We're cruising at a steady gleam. Welcome to the spy flight. Lean back, let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy flight, smooth air all the way tonight. From tiny towns to tarmac suns, we hop these clouds as one. Every scroll another view, every hello a tiny gate for two. Oh yeah. Welcome to the spy flight. Lean back and let your worries stay behind. Same crew, brand new skyline. Different name, but the vibe still flies. Spy flight, we're chasing little runways in your mind. Spy flight, smooth air all the way tonight.
I walk in, spotlights on me. Diamonds in my smile, wild and free. No stress, just champagne dreams. I'm the headlight, enjoy the memes. But when you step into my line of sight, the crowd feels lighter and I feel so right. You got a pull on me, a fantasy. Now you're the only thing moving me, yeah. Got you in my gravity, pulling me close, just like a part of me. Can't fight the high when I'm with you. You're my fire, baby, lighting up the moon. I got you in my gravity, pulling me close, just like a part of me. Can't fight the high when I'm with you. You're my fire, baby, lighting up the moon. Gold on my wrist, glow in my walk. Queen of the city, I don't need to talk. Flip my hair, watch the haters freeze. I'm making waves and it's easy. When you step into my line of sight, the crowd feels lighter, I feel so right. Yeah, you got a pull on me, a fantasy. Now you're the only thing moving me, yeah. Got you in my gravity, I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion, I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here.
tower is one tall tower, isn't it? We are in Oslo, and we are on our way to Copenhagen. Everybody's in the control tower. Passengers are boarding the airplane. And guess what? It's flying time. 24/7 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming on in today. I hope your Monday is going pretty good. Looks like we got a bunch of airplanes all up here in Oslo. You know, Oslo is not up every Monday. It's usually every other Monday. But I tell you what, they do really good ATC. If you are just getting started here, be sure and get your clearance and get ready to go, especially if you're coming with us to Copenhagen, because there's lots of airplanes going to Copenhagen and it's busy. Thanks for putting in wows. I know it's not wow time anymore, but it's sure cool to see wows coming in there. Tim Dog is here. Hi, Baz Hat. Welcome aboard. Autumn's Arts and Crafts. How many stairs? You know, that's one of the cool things. If you're a tower operator there, you could take the elevator, or you get a free health club membership, and you get to use their free Stairmaster every day you come to work. Boy, I bet that's a lot of stairs. Bert is here. Hi, Bert. Thank you for coming in. Bert Ramo. And Bryler Gaming is back. Sunjammer just did a resub. Sunjammer has been here. Sunjammer is one of the first people to discover the spy flight a long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away. Like 94 months. 94 months. Wow, Sunjammer, that's amazing to me. Tariq, welcome aboard. ZLP, welcome. Hi, Matt, YYC. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And if you're flying with me, you should probably hydrate with us as well. DC Gert is here, and Laxon just checked in from right up the road. Well, kind of up the road and off to the west over in Norway, along the Norwegian coast, actually, in Boda. So I hope that you're doing good. It looks like it's a beautiful day or evening over in Norway right now. So that's pretty cool. Automod is being mead to Autumn. Really? That's too bad. Sorry, Autumn. Usually it's not too bad. Sometimes it goes into like little freak out modes. I don't know. It's auto mod, so what would you expect there? Just getting the music playlist going here. May the force be with you, Scott. Welcome aboard, and thanks for coming in. The force will be strong with us today as we go ahead and get ready to hop into our cute little airplane and get ready to go. Thumbs up for your melanoma checkup today? Really? No kidding. Baz Hat, that is awesome news. Really? So a thumbs up on a melanoma check? Congratulations. That is really great news. 3 cheers. And really hope that you're continuing to do nothing but get lots of recovery going on there. Let's see. Matt YYZ said to hydrate. Sunjammer did a resub. Captain Chris is back. And let's hydrate here. It's actually a little bit warm here at Spy HQ. So I put the coffee cup away today because it's already 72 out there. Oh my gosh. Might be 80 degrees later on at Spy HQ. That is entirely unusual. Hey, Diamond Mike, you're feeling pretty bad today? Well, I'll tell you what, Diamond Mike, why don't you grab one of your favorite beverages and a couple of snacks, sit back, and just hang out with friends, okay? And I forgot, the spy hats, the spy shirt is right here. I just left it off. It's starting to get warm here. I haven't turned on AC yet. But yeah, just like Mr. Rogers, we're going to put on our, our little sweater and stuff here. So there we go. No, I'm not going to make you watch me put on my tennis shoes. Okay, let's see here. Nav accuracy is upgraded. I already got my clearance. So all of that is looking really good. Let's come on over here. And our clearance has been confirmed. By the way, there was a reroute from the earlier video that I did today. So make sure that you got the reroute in before you file. It's VIPA to Isazi and then the Tespe arrival today. 68.7, that is our zero fuel weight for the flight today. And 25.5 is our center of gravity. No big changes on that one. The airplane says we need 6 tons of fuel to get to Copenhagen. I have boarded 8.36. You know why? It is vectors to Copenhagen, and you need the extra. And you need the extra fuel. Let's go over here and uncage the backup artificial horizon. Let's see, Scott, you got your prostate procedure on Thursday. So, that puts all sorts of silly jokes out there. I'm just not going to do it. Congratulations, Scott, and getting that. I've actually had to totally redo all of my health insurance stuff because I have gray hair now. So I'm going to have to go and jump back into that. I've still got to wait a few months before I'm back to, you know, normal insured and stuff. So it's really ridiculous when you pass certain ages here in the U.S. Farrelly says it was 94 degrees in the Raleigh-Durham area today, 58 yesterday. So Farrelly, Saturday, it was 94 degrees. Really? It was 94 degrees. It's already getting warm out there, right? Yeah, but Diamond Mike, you know, there's just not every day you feel like doing stuff. So if you get to go, and especially in the world that we're here today, you know, flying around with friends on Twitch and YouTube, you kind of just sort of sit back and, you know, not worry about a bunch of stuff, which I think is a good thing to do. And you'll feel like flying later. By the way, we're thinking about doing a special spy flight on Wednesday, and that is if Sim Update 5 comes out on Tuesday. I don't have any inside information, you know, no super duper secret sources or anything like that. It's just if it is going to be out, why don't we plan on flying on Wednesday? I don't know what we'll do yet. We'll figure out some trouble to get into then. It's wisdom here. There you go. That's the nice way to call it. Hi, AI Creations over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Caravans, I am doing Cross the Pond with a, you know, as I've been saying, I totally screwed up my registration and stuff for that. Polyot totally bailed me out on this one. So super duper grateful. Definitely looking forward to Cross the Pond this year, only because, you know, Polyot bailed me out on that. So, but it's going to be Boston to Leipzig. So I'll probably do a Lufthansa cargo, Lufty cargo, do a MD-11 on that one. We did, on the other hand, okay, so somebody put a question over in Discord earlier. How did our A350 flight? We did a special A350 flight. It was our last flight yesterday, where I deliberately misprogrammed in the arrival into the flight management computer in the A350 to see if it would blow up, because that's one of the places where you will get a WASM crash if you try to change the arrival into the A350. It did not blow up when we flew into Dulles yesterday. So I'm not saying it's 100% cured and happy and, you know, fuzzy bunnies and kittens, but that was a pretty good test. That was a pretty good test, I think. So if you're thinking about wanting to take the A350 on Cross the Pond, I'd feel a little bit better about it, and might even think about switching over to that airplane. Maybe make it a Delta flight or something. I don't know. Your grandma gets 5% off at Goodwill on Wednesdays. I think there are some places that I can go that I actually qualify for some discounts like that, Autumn. But there's just no way I'm going to do that. I'm too young at heart to walk in and say, can I have the senior citizens discount, please? It's just, no. I'm still, you know, 10 years old, so I couldn't do that. TPE 331, welcome aboard. Am I going to do that event? Pablo, Cross the Pond? Looks like it. Again, big thanks to Polyot for bailing me out, figuring out that I was going to screw up my registration, and I did. So let's prepare for pushback and departure. Let's see. Let's do Scandi. We are a Scandinavian. We are a big old Scandinavian A321 today. And I really like this. This is a really nice airplane.
We are ready for pushback.
We sure are. I usually get everything kind of hooked up before we go and check in on VATSIM. We did get a clearance via CPDLC. Love that system. I hope we can keep the NHS going over here. And oh, National Health Service, right? Yeah, it's all those health systems are all under attack right now, aren't they, Sunjammer? We don't really have anything like that here. You know, I just, you know, got old enough for, you know, the medical that we have here, but I'm still, you know, pretty much an orphan. Brother Gaming says Spy Hat. Autumn, your dad's getting AAR. Oh God, I've been getting AARP stuff in the mail for 10 freaking years. I'm more like 15, and it's sort of like, no, I'm not. that old. So yeah, I started getting it at like when I was 45. So yeah, I'm definitely annoyed at the fact that I was getting AARP stuff. And it's not like they were going to do anything other than give me 30% off at, you know, Denny's or something like that. So it wasn't, you know, anything else. So let's go nose right, tail left. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and call on in. Delivery is 121.680. Let's listen in. Okay, yeah, already getting sassy and salty today, but we're flying a sassy airline today, so we do get to be a little sassy, right? Always enjoy being a little sassy here on SAS. That's probably the oldest joke ever, and nobody laughs at that anymore at Scandinavian Airlines, right? Say they'll just say, oh, it's another one of those people that think they're really, really funny being sassy about Scandi. Okay, I don't hear anybody. Do I not know how to tune a radio? 121.680. 121.680. When Autumn turned 18, you got all the credit card companies want. Oh yeah, yeah. They just they like descend upon you like a vulture, don't they? They descend on you like a vulture. Let's do departure profile. I'm just waiting to see if somebody says something, because I've got this real bad problem of yapping over people. Okay, flaps 2, trim's going to be up 0.9. And we probably also ought to snag a few charts here. ENGM, airport charts. We don't need the code F airport, but we do need, I think, terminal. Yep, we need the terminal chart on that one. And then there we go. Oh, we did not get our departure. So let's see, our departure is, it's going to be runway 01 left. RNAV SID 01 left. And it should be the VIPA. So chug, 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 come on out here, and no, that's OXAT. Oh, we're making a left turn to go to VIPA. That's right, they changed my routing. They changed the route. Got it. Okay. You saw SAS in your mind, already had sassy jokes in your head. Yeah, that's the cool part about being in, you know, flying Scandinavian. You get to do sassy jokes. You have a good place for airline-specific announcements for the Phoenix. There were a few things that were out there for a while. The sad part about it is a lot of those contain files that have a copyright issue with some of those announcements. So a lot of them just aren't all that great. Now, if you're just flying yourself, you're probably going to be just fine. But like for live streamers and stuff, we can't use a lot of those because they're, you know, airline specific. They might have airline numbers or actually recorded off of an airline that they don't want you to use. So I've kind of gotten out of that a little bit. You don't have Microsoft Flight Simulator? Well, Baz Hat, you're learning all sorts of cool stuff, so you're going to be able to do that eventually. Hi, Himyam. Good nobbin. Thanks for coming by. Okay, we've waited long enough. Let's go ahead and make the call. Gardemont delivery, very good evening from Scandinavian 441, stand 26 with information echo. And it's time to request startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, delivery, good evening. Contact planner 121.730. Have a nice day.
121.730 now for Scandi 441. Thank you, and thank you for the message about the reroutes earlier from Scandinavian 441.
Yeah, thanks. Good. Mandatory routes are no longer applicable, but should save you some today for now.
Thank you so much. Have a great week. 121730. There we go. Let's see. Connection successful. I wonder what that is. I think the connection successful message is, I think that's Elevate X. Textures are crisp and clear. Yeah, we've got a really good, nice textures in this one. Gerdem ground. Hello there from Scandinavian 441. We are at stand 26. We do have information. Echo aboard. Requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, Gardemon planner, good evening, hold position, contact Gardemon ground 121.605 for push and start.
121.605 for push and start for Scandi 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Likewise.
121.605. Okay, wow. Some real great frequency action here. I mean, we got what, 3 already. Gardemon ground, hello there from Scandi 441. An A321 at stand 26 with information echo, requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, Gardemon ground, hello. Straight push and start approved, QNH 1029er.
1029er, our push will be straight back for Scandi 441. Thank you. Okay, we got to get the APU started, get disconnected here.
Hello,
so we need to change direction, and we're going to do a straight push.
Nordic 2 Echo Vector, ground hello. Stand blocked for now, hold short Delta, I call you back.
Hold short Delta, check Victor.
Ground code, evening, Nordic 1 out of 5, runway 01, let's bucket it via Alpha 6.
Nordic 1 out of 5, Gardemon ground hello. Taxi November and Kilo, stand 11.
November Kilo stand 11, Nordic 1905, thank you.
Scandinavian 82, contact Gardemon Tower 118.305, bye bye.
118.305, Scandinavian 82, goodbye.
Hi R&D, welcome back in. Joe Compare is doing some sheep gambling today. Almost ready to go here. Almost ready. Good afternoon, Canadian Bear. Welcome, welcome. Having a problem letting it, getting it to change my direction here. Okay, APU bleed. External power. Fuel tanks. And now we can come here and remove our ground power unit. There's...
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, it's going to be a straight pushback. Are we ready to go? And beacon. And let's get ready to rumble straight back. Autumn is doing some gambling too. Okay, parking brakes are off.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
GSX is blowing up on me here.
Push and start. First, Nordic 2 Echo Victor, taxi Yankee, hold short of hotel.
Yankee, hold short hotel, Nordic 2 Echo Victor.
Release parking brakes, please.
Nordic 313, Gardemon ground, straight push and start approved, QNH 1029.
Hey, finally, there we go.
Straight push, QNH 1029, Nordic 313.
Beppy's got a 3D printer that is behaving, and Canadian Bear feels good because Canadian Bear has internet today.
Legend 56 Papa, Gardemon ground, hello. Taxi Papa and November, holding point Alpha 201 left.
Starting Papa one.
November, Alpha 201 left. 56 Papa.
Gentlemen, ground, good evening, Condor 37, my Klima stand 180, request push back and south.
First, Nordic 1 out of 5, stand occupied, taxi Kilo, stand 13.
Kilo 13 Nordic Canada 5.
Unlocking gear.
Condor 37 Mike Lima, Gardermoen ground, hello. Hold position, I call you back.
Roger.
Really do like the sounds on this. Ooh, we got a big old lufty over here. Somebody pushed, did a picture over on Discord of a really, really nice Lufthansa 747. It looked like it was just brand new. It had such a nice paint job on it. It looks so great. You're making custom luggage tags?
Nordic 3 Echo Tango, taxi
I think
Golf,
that's
hold short of
probably a good
November.
idea. Yeah, Beppy, I wouldn't put that into a chat. Not unless you want lots of, you know, annoying phone calls and people, you know, scamming. Katzar Love is fallen in love with the A300. Are you doing some cargo flights there, Katzar Love? Have you done, or you use it, or are you doing some passenger flights with it? Got a good engine start over here. It is a cool airplane though, Katzar Love. It really is. Katzar Love is Postman Cargo, so DHL, big yellow airplanes. Okay, we got a red nose airplane with a big old red nose over there. And oh, we're boxed in by two red noses here. Two red noses. Hi there, Blackwell Ninja. Oh, asking about multicolor. All right, looking pretty good. No reason to hurry now. Like I said, we're kind of boxed in here. Okay, so that's available. And start it back to normal. Let's come on up here. We're done with the APU bleed and the APU. Let's come over here and go to performance and do our control checks while we wait for those red nose airplanes to move. Set the chair into flying mode and pitch elevator all the way forward, all the way back, and release it.
Papa, we can do
all the way left, all the way right, and release it.
6 Papa, let's see,
all
Alpha 4
the way
approved,
right,
Scroll Tower,
all the way left
118,
with the rudder.
305.
Trim's going to be up 0.9.
118, 56 Papa.
Okay, that's good. Our flaps are going to be 2. Flaps are 2. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. And everything looks good to go there. All right, so we're going to have to wait a little bit here. Oh, let's call. Hello again, Gardermoen ground. Scandi 441 pushed and started from stand 26, requesting taxi.
Scan-driven 441, taxi Golf and November, holding point Alpha 201 left.
Scandi 441, we are taxiing via Golf and November to holding point Alpha 2, runway 01 left. Are we ready to rumble?
Nordic 3 Echo Tango, taxi November, holding
Parking
point
brakes.
Alpha 201 left.
And we got to make kind of a sharp turn here, so get the airplane rolling pretty good.
2401 left, Nordic 3 Echo Tango.
Nordic 2 Echo Victor, give way to the Scandinavian A321, taxiing out to the Golf, then taxi stand 60. So long.
Give way to the Scandinavian A321, taxiing from left to right on Golf, and then to stand 60 Nordic 2 Echo Victor, talk right to the hollow.
Good plan.
Gardermoen ground, Nordic 313, request taxi.
Nordic 313, left turn hotel, hold short of Yankee.
Left hotel, hold short of Yankee, Nordic 313.
Condor 37, Mike Lima, straight push and start approved.
Very,
QNH
very
1030.
nice departure here.
Straight push and start approved.
Takeoff config check is good. We're done with GSX.
Nordic 3
Turn that off.
New QNH 1030.
And we need
Contact
predictive
tower
wind shear.
118.305. Bye-bye.
And let's see, it's going to be Gulf to November. Gulf and November. That's the inner taxiway. And let's look and see if anybody's coming over there. I don't see anybody coming over there, so we're not going to bump into anybody. We're just following that red nose over there. And red nose still sounds funny to me. Sounds like somebody's had a little bit too much, you know, to drink. And if we look over here, it says November and golf. So we're making a left turn. Once again, another check. Nobody coming at us. Let's go over here.
Nordic 313, taxi hotel in November, holding point 01 left.
Deppy's going to be doing so lots of travel this year.
01 left, Nordic 313.
Okay, and we're supposed to go to spot 2. It's going to be Alpha 2. That's the first one. Okay, so it's like travel containers.
441, New EKCH 1030, contact tower 118.305. Bye.
118.305, and it is 1030 on the altimeter for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week. 118.305. I saw that Wind Control put a video up about their new transponder that's going to be coming up.
137 Mike Lima, request taxi, able up to Alpha 3.
FLIGHTSIM Max, are you the red nose up ahead? Are you that red nose up ahead there, FLIGHTSIM Max? Okay, 01 left.
Easy 53 Echo Tango, contact ground 121.905.
121.905, plate.
That's FLIGHTSIM Max, right up ahead there. We are not going to bump into the back of your airplane.
Okay, take a 5 off.
Our Nordic 3 Echo Tango approaching
Vipa.
Alpha 0 left. Ready for
When
takeoff.
instructed, contact Oslo
Tango,
approach.
Tower, very good evening, Alpha 2, line up 01 left.
120455.
Line up 01 left, 3 Echo Tango.
There we go. So there's FLIGHTSIM Max, just getting ready to line up and go. Happy landings. And Doc and Karen Stoner are in chat today. Hi, Doc and Karen Stoner. Welcome aboard. We are just getting ready to go. This is a big VATSIM event. We are taking a Scandinavian A321 from Oslo to Copenhagen, and there's probably going to be several hundred people trying to get into Copenhagen.
Nordic 313, Gardermoen Tower, very good evening.
And this is the Phoenix A321, one of the most complete and deep sim airplanes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Really got to know all the buttons in an Airbus to make this thing work.
Beeline 5, Alpha Uniform, contact Oslo approach 120.
It's calm, no calm. Whoa, no, come on, now wait a minute here.
Contact 10455,
no holds.
Uniform hetzelfde, tot de volgende.
I'm not coming to Copenhagen if I don't get to hold for half an hour. I'm sorry. I mean, we paid extra to hold for half an hour in Copenhagen. So it's a kind of a calm night, huh?
4590, good evening, ILS 01 right.
Beeline 4590, Gardermoen Tower, goedenavond. De wind 340, increase 4 knot, runway 01 right, Kleterland.
Kleterland 01 right, Beeline 4590.
Scandinavian 441, line up runway 01 left.
01 left, line up and wait. Scandi 441. Devante, everybody's on a vacation or something. Strobes going on, we're entering an active runway, landing lights extended and ready to go.
Nordic 1190, Gardermoen Tower, good evening.
Jeffrey, that's right. Unlike LaGuardia, where we keep you on the ground for over an hour.
Due to noise, it's unable
why
to
I
will be
try
Bravo
to
to holding
never
point.
depart LaGuardia.
Continue.
I only like coming in there. Hi, Michael. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. D-Rose.
441, winds 340 degrees 4 knots, runway 01 left, clear takeoff.
01 left, clear for takeoff. Scandy 441. Thank you. Shall we get going? Landing lights are on. And
Nordic 3 Echo Tango, contact Oslo approach 120.455.
And okay, throttle's going up about halfway. Throttle's up halfway.
Ciao, good evening, Contact 37.
LLAPS time are going.
Contact 37,
Engines are stable. Let's get going. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. It's time to start airplaning.
Nordic 313,
Glad they pumped up the tires.
Land to wait 01 left, Nordic 313.
100 knots checked. And V1 hands off the throttles. We're flying and rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Gears going up. Man, somebody has to clean out the gear well, though. It's a mess down there.
Nordic 313, the winds 340 degrees 4 knots, runway 01 left,
Lever
clear for takeoff.
climb, thrust climb.
01 left, clear for takeoff.
Thrust climb. We're climbing a little fast here. Set her up those flight directors. And let's do AP. And flaps.
So, good evening, Scandinavian 7516.
Flaps.
01 away. First, Scandinavian 441, contact Oslo approach 120.455.
120.455 for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. There we go. 120.455. There's the turn. And flaps up.
Scandinavian 1817, descend flight level 100.
Descend to flight level 100, Scandinavian 1817.
See under here, they've really... Let's go flaps up.
Nordic 923 inbound, dev crew. Cleared on a Linux 4 Lima, arrival descending 1.
I mean, they even have stuff on the underside of the wings like that. How about that? That's pretty amazing, the level of detail. I recently just discovered that. It's pretty detailed under there. Hi, Carol. Welcome aboard.
933.
Scandinavian 1817, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1029er.
Descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1029er, Scandinavian 1817. May I
Luton 56 Papa, contact Polaris Control 118.880.
Doc and Karen Stoner remembers in FSX you landed with, you can blow tires on some airplanes in this one too. Not all of them, but you can blow some tires on these.
118.880, London 56 Papa. Bye.
Question Scandinavian 441, identified, report current altitude, climb flight level 210.
Climb flight level 210, Scandy 441. Oh, you took...
Scandinavian 441, report current altitude.
Scandy 441 is passing 6,500.
Line 5 Alpha Uniform, contact Polaris Control 118.880.
And out we go, a nice departure and a beautiful sunset over Norway.
270 knots, direct Oslo, Nordic 933.
And altimeters.
Oslo approach India Foxtrot, Victor Golf Foxtrot, level 167, descending 120.
So standard.
India Foxtrot Victor Golf
Standard.
Foxtrot, approach, expect vector
And I didn't do anything with the backup today, so we're good to go there. Continuing the climb, 21,000 feet. Passengers very happy.
Nordic 313, passing 5,500 feet.
Flight 313, Oslo approach identified, climb flight level 210.
Passengers very happy.
210,
We'll start handing out all sorts of Scandinavian snacks soon.
India speed to 220 knots.
220, India Golf Foxtrot.
Seatbelt signs are still on.
Flying 350.
5 clear on Diego Foxtrot.
Nordic 933, descend flight level 100.
Flight Sim Max is going to Trondheim today. Actually, today it seems like things are really, really quiet in Copenhagen today. No holds or anything, Flight Sim Max. Kind of blown away. There's 10,000 feet and landing lights off. Taxi light off. Cabin call for 10,000 feet.
128 minus 05.
And speed up, and Copenhagen, here we come. Let's see, we're expecting the possibility of Sim Update 5 possibly coming out tomorrow. Don't know for sure yet. If it indeed comes out on Tuesday, let's plan on getting together here on Twitch and YouTube at 1800 Zulu and see what's new. I don't know where we'll go, what we'll do yet, but we ought to go and take some of our airplanes on a quick flight, see how it's working, make sure that it's ready for cross the pond. 118.880 for Scandi 441, thank you.
Nordic 313, contact Polaris Control 127.255.
127.255, Nordic 313.
Viking 4105, descend via star, flight level 990.
Polaris Control is probably the best name for a control center ever. Polaris Control. Polaris, very good evening from Scandinavian 441. Passing flight level 120 for flight level 210.
Scandinavian 441, flight control, good evening. Climb flight level 330. Just speed, direct, ASUS.
Climbing flight level 330 now for Scandi 441. Was that direct to Nedza, November Echo Delta Zulu Alpha?
Scandinavian 441, negative, direct, ASUS. Echo Sierra, Oslo, Sierra, India.
Oh, I'm sorry. Scandi 441, direct to Isazi, Echo Sierra, Oscar, Sierra, India. Thank you.
Break, Sierra, Papa, Kilo,
direct to Isazi. Ooh, wow.
Hello.
That is the hold point. And they said we're not doing a hold, so I guess we're not going to be doing a hold.
Stop climb 340, and around 17 on mic.
Beeline 5 Alpha Uniform, turn left heading 190.
Left 190, bearing 5 off.
Okay, we're going to need to grab a few extra charts here. So we need to get arrivals for runway 4 left. And we need to get the airport parking chart. All right, we got all those set up. Now then, let's make, so we're going direct to Isazi now. Let's see, Tespe, Toronto, Ernov.
Legend 56 Papa, proceed direct Tespe.
Direct Tespe, Legend 56 Papa, thank you so much.
That is the waypoint before Tespe. Okay, I was wrong about that. So that's the one before. I thought they were setting us right into
Scandinavian 79er Mike.
right into the star. So we got 1 point and that's it.
Beeline 5 Alpha.
Hi Black Macbeth, welcome aboard.
Turn right heading 210.
Right 210, beeline 5 off.
And passengers on the right side of the plane getting treated to a really, really nice sunset tonight.
Condor 37 Lima, Polaris Control, good evening, climb flight level 330.
If you haven't seen the Phoenix airplane before, the inside is really nicely modeled. 18,000 feet. I think seatbelts can go off. It's a nice smooth ride tonight. For anybody that's had a little bit too much coffee or other beverages, they might want to go and do some recycling. Good evening, Olivans. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. 18,000 feet. And we're going to come over here and we're going to do Phoenix. We're going to go to the METAR page. We're going to hit the arrival page. We're going to recycle it. Landy just arrived too. Hi, Landy. And we're going to go to Copenhagen arrivals for ASUS. Information Chuckles is current. Approach runway is 4 left. Not a problem. Runway condition, though, is 666, so we get to have a devilish sense of humor on that one. Transition level is 6,000 feet. Please vacate the runway. 100 at 7. Good visibility. It's 8 degrees. That looks good to me. We're all set and ready to go. Not sure what we want to do after this. If we're going to be doing flight sim, you know, updating the flight simulators tomorrow and then flying on Wednesday, if we want to call it an early day. Or if we want, you can see there's an awful lot going on. Ireland is up. Looks like everything's open. Germany and Austria are up, although they may not stay on too late tonight. It is Monday after all. Over in the U.S., we've got Memphis and Toronto up right now. So there we go. Okay, Landy just made some, oh, Tim Dog, we ought to do a caravan flight, a FedEx feeder flight. That's a good idea. We've been in big jets. Let's do that one. So, yeah, let's plan a caravan flight. Landy says is it confirmed? No. At least not that I know for sure. We're all just speculating right now. The speculation looks relatively good, but you never know. So we're not 100% sure. Russ is here. Hi, Russ. Welcome aboard. We were at your favorite airport, BIKF, a few days ago, doing Fire and Ice, Reykjavik out to Akureyri, and it was really nice scenery.
Precies, Klein 3, 0 en direct Echo Echo Lima, B-Line 5 on 3.
Scandinavian 79er Mike, contact Copenhagen Patrol 136.555.
136.555, Gunnar, Mike, over.
So that would be a Cessna 208. Tim Dog says Sim Update 5 is targeted for release this week. Releases are usually Tuesday or Thursday. There we go. And that's kind of the best information that we've got on all that. That's kind of what we got. Nathan, yes, we have got a very nice Scandi hop today in one of their long A321s. So because we've got a little SAS on the tail, you know that we're being rather sassy. Russ did a promotion ceremony for your son-in-law, who is now a captain at Delta. 3 cheers to your son-in-law for becoming a captain. That is great news. They held it at the Delta Museum for dinner. You got to sit next to engine number 2 of the 767. Hey, Russ, did you book a little bit of simulator time? Or was it fully booked while you were out there? Never loaded airplane to max takeoff. I did that once with one engine and about blew the airplane out. This is your first sim update. What should I do to prepare? Not a whole lot, Beppy. At some point, you'll just load up the sim, and instead of loading normally, it's going to pop up a little graphic that says Scandinavian 441 is now direct to Tesby. Direct to. So basically what's going to happen is if they do it Whenever they decide to do that, what will happen is you'll load Microsoft Flight Simulator. It'll look like it's loading for about a minute or so, and then all of a sudden a new box that you haven't seen before, and it says your sim needs an update. And at that point in time, you just kind of follow the prompts and watch it update, and then see if your airplanes work. Russ says, that's right, they have a 737-200 simulator. You can rent it for $450 an hour, lots of steam gauges, and Russ is going to post some photos over on Discord. As soon as they're ready, let me know, Russ, so that I can click on them and show them. So Russ had dinner next to the engine of a 767. And the 767, as I recall, at the Delta Museum in Atlanta is you basically get to walk aboard that airplane. So you kind of get to go and check that out. They have other airplanes. They've got a 747 you can walk around in. They do have a 757, but it's sitting outside. I don't think they let you get in that. Which, of course, I would think is a crime, but I don't think Mr. Delta is going to listen to anything that I have to say. Yesterday, Tim Dog did a FedEx feeder flight out of Ontario, California. Out of Ontario, California. We could do an Ontario. Yeah, there they are. Nathan, that's right. In Sweden, you've got the Jumbo Stay Hotel, right? You can sleep and dine in an old 747 at Arlanda. That's in Stockholm. Yeah, Nathan, if I ever make my way over there, I'm going to be sure and book a night in the Jumbo Hotel, the Jumbo Stay. Did you know, Nathan, that if you go to the flight simulator scenery here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the 747 is modeled in the sim if you go zipping around there? Okay, so Tim Dog says on Ontario to SBA, Fort Lauderdale to Key West, Oakland to Monterey, I think, Ontario to SBP, TJSJ, Providence, and San Diego. Yeah, Nathan, it's modeled. SBA is Santa Barbara. So let's see. Do we want to do Fort Lauderdale to Key West and go alligator hunting? Do we want to do anything like that? Devontae, not very much. Sometimes, but that's usually an indicator that there's something wrong or it's being overloaded. So it shouldn't happen very much, Devontae. So KFLL to KEYW might be a really scenic, pretty flight for us. Is that okay, Tim Dog?
Contact Copenhagen Control 136 decimal 555.
Fort Lauderdale
136 555, that's 56, Papa.
to Key West. I think that one might be nice. I'm going to update the next command. Thank you for finding out those flights there, Tim Dog. Let's see. Emmanuel, did I say it right? Is it Emmanuel? You were the Nordic departing us, after us. Hey, thank you. Are you going down to Copenhagen too, Emmanuel? I noticed several Nordic flights there. Okay, I will tell you my Cessna 208 skills really kind of sucked, so I really don't know what I'm doing there. Flight level 310, everything's good. Tim Dog, actually, you've got a whole spreadsheet. I would imagine that, you know, Loviz flies for FedEx Virtual. I would imagine Loviz would like to know about those feeder flights. Oh, you're going north of Norway today. How far north are you going? Going up to Tromsø, something like that today? Or even further north. Are you going to Santa's workshop? Gonna go see a April visit with Santa Claus? All the way to Tromsø. That's actually one of my favorite little airports in Norway. It's on this cool little island, you know, in between the big fjords and stuff. It really is a nice airport. And in the wintertime especially, it's really good for seeing the northern lights. Hey Tom, welcome aboard. Tom checking in from Germany with a 25-month resub. Tom, thank you for a great reset. Good knob and welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard and thank you for stopping by. Good to see you. Hope you've been busy with good things lately, and it's a very nice evening in Germany. Hi Black Dog, welcome, welcome. And there is our final cruising altitude.
Contact Copenhagen Control 136.555. Goodbye.
136.555 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you so much and have a good week.
You too.
136.555. Darn, I wanted to stay with Polaris. If you want to use the exact call sign for Fort Lauderdale to Key West, it would be Mountain Air, and the call sign is Mountain. Okay, I copied that down. We'll try and do that. The call sign would be MTN. Mountain Air, and those are the people that are flying FedEx cargo. Sounds good. Copenhagen, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is at flight level 330.
441 Copenhagen Control, hello, identified.
We are identified. So we could you could do for this flight, if you don't have the Cessna 208, you could do the FlightSim Studios E-Jet that has a cargo configuration. You could also use the Airbus A306, although it's a little bit big for Key West, but you could still pull it off if you wanted to. So if you don't have the Cessna 208, you could do that. The Caravan is a very well done airplane. I just need to spend a little bit more time learning how to fly it. Hi, Jim. Thanks for coming in. We are 120 miles from top of descent. Oh my gosh, it's still light outside. Look at this. Let's see, I was watching Sibby, good friend from Athens. Sibby plays a few other games. She said that there is going to be a new version of the Metro Exodus franchise of games coming out. I was watching Sibby play it a long time ago, and she's really good at it. I'm terrible at it, but the Metro Exodus games have kind of a cool story, and apparently they've got a new one that's coming our way. And I guess their trailer just dropped the past few days or something. So if you really like Metro Exodus, get ready for that game. I don't know anything else about it. Jim, you never have to worry about being late. You get to show up on the spy flight whenever works for you, okay? I'm sure that insurance never stops. Yep, it's whenever it's good for you. Katzerlove says that new version of Metro Exodus will happen sometime this winter. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Coming in to Copenhagen. Oh, that's Hamburg. There's Copenhagen. Here we are up here, coming on in. Wow, it's like empty here. We've only got 53 arrivals. 29 departures and 25 people have filed a flight plan. Gee, it's like half of what we normally get on a Monday vectors to Copenhagen. It wouldn't have to do with the fact that it's sunny and 70 and Warm temperatures are starting to pop up all over the place, would it? People, you know, deciding to go outside and do things. Hi, Duncan Storman. It's a slow evening. ENGM takes a good amount of it. The takeoff was absolutely flawless. If only my landing would be as good as my takeoff, Jim. But you know that's going to be pretty tragic. When you're sending aircraft directly into final on vectors, you know it's gone. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, I think we've got a payware for Key West that should be just fine, but we may need to load in our Fort Lauderdale. We may need to load in our Fort Lauderdale.
When ready, descent flight level 250, less than 56 Papa.
Direct to Buddick.
December 23 Alpha, contact Copenhagen 127, that's for 865.
Laxon is doing ENGM to ENTC to, oh, Tromsø. Yeah, now is the time to be flying around Norway. Now is the time for sure. Buddick. There's Toronto. There's Epoch. Yeah, we're not going to bother setting up the hold at Rossby today. All right, let's see. So Key West is already loaded. Yep, that's loaded. But KFLL is Fort Lauderdale. And there is a Fort Lauderdale scenery from LVFR. There we go. So we should have plenty of scenery and it's all ready to go for our next flight. Jose is back in chat. Welcome in on YouTube. But yeah, I would think the flight up to Tromsø now and all through the summer is a great time to do that. Olivant says that Copenhagen approach is identified. Proceed direct to Buddick, speed 220 knots, contact final with call sign. Really? You just zapped right in that fast, huh? I'm going to guess that's over on the arrival. We're going to skip the whole star. Yep, there it is. They're sending you right to the end of the runway. Hi, Rebel AV. Welcome aboard. Yeah, it's right at the end of the runway, so that's going to put us down to about 2,500 feet. And let's go ahead and put in the numbers here. So, let's go to Phoenix and go to arrivals, refresh. And arrival ATIS, information Delta. No longer information Chuckles anymore. Okay, let's put in our numbers. Okay, altimeter is 1026.
Copenhagen 133, 155 for West 126. Thank you. Bye bye.
Temperature is 8 degrees. Winds in Copenhagen are 090 at 9. Transition level into Copenhagen is going to be 6,000 feet. I'm going to make it a full flaps landing. Let's do this number first. 1026. There we go. And now we'll go get minimums. Olivance has brain pain. And category 1 DME is 220 feet. 220. You know, it's going to be harder to spot the big bridge as we're coming into Copenhagen now, because it's going to be lighter and lighter, and you're not going to see the bridge lights. Jose wants the flight factor 777-300. Anything from flight When ready, descend flight level 250 for Scandinavian 441. I do have the iFly Max. Mostly I fly the, mostly I fly the PMDG airplanes, but that doesn't mean it's not a good airplane. I think the iFly Max is a good one, and it's worth your time. But yeah, Jose, anything the Flight Factor makes over on X-Plane is going to be a really good airplane. Landing One is completing the online FAA safety review for work. Load of questions and answers. When does ATC use line up and wait? When ATC needs a cup of coffee? Or when ATC wants to confuse the pilot. I didn't know that they had a sense of humor in those exams, Landy. Never had those sense of humor when I was taking my FAA tests. Very, very serious business all the time. Scandinavian Ops, no ADC required, on-time departure. Hi, Buckeye. Cheers. Uh-oh, leaving sky trails here. Not a very good thing for spies to do. It's not a test, it's a mandatory training they issue for runway incursion awareness. Oh, okay.
Get on that man, 7 on mic, get back. 7 on mic, come back.
That's right, line up and wait when ATC needs coffee. And let's face it, coffee's important, right? Hi, airplane A220. I'm going to go ahead and start my descent a little bit early. They're going to probably give us a couple of direct twos this time, so we probably ought to get down to that altitude. I am always hopeful that I will have a decent landing. Sadly, my hopes are almost always dashed. Landings are just never all that
And you
great.
can expect a 204 Alpha arrival for runway 04 forward.
And expect 04 left, into 140.
140 Lima and 204 Alpha arrival.
Okay, that looks good. If you're unfamiliar with this style of charts, these are the Lido or Lido style of charts. I generally prefer these. A little bit easier for me to spot the information I need. And if you have Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, they're free. You get to use these. Which is really neat that they did that. Just doing a little gentle descent here. And let's come over here real fast and just see if there's anything happening in Fort Lauderdale. Okay, nothing going on here at Fort Lauderdale or anything like that. So, I bet Fort Lauderdale has digital ATIS. KFLL. Yep, they do. So Fort Lauderdale, departure runways is 10 left and 10 right. Okay. Now then, we probably not going to have it for Key West. KEYW. Nope. So let's look at Flight Radar 24 real fast. And we can kind of look and see what the airplanes are doing.
Yeah, 441, contact Copenhagen 123.730,
123.730 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
You too.
Okay, so there's a couple of airplanes here. It looks like from the way this airplane's moving, I'm guessing they came in on runway 9. So my guess is we're going to be landing on runway 9 for that. I need to join Flight Radar 24. Senor Tomas, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today.
Airline 459, contact
This was Copenhagen. This is Copenhagen Control. I was just making sure it wasn't. Hi, Jim. Welcome aboard. Senor Tomas, we're taking the Caravan. Copenhagen Control, good evening. Scandinavian 441 is passing flight level 280, descending to flight level 250, direct Tesby.
This is Room X6879, contact Copenhagen approach, frequency 119 with 4805, bye-bye.
49805, Lumax 6879, bye-bye.
Scandinavian 441 Copenhagen, good evening, identified. Clear before and arrival, expect runway 04 left. Descend flight level 130.
Descending now, flight level 130, and we are on the Tesby for Alpha arrival, expecting 04 left for Scandi 441. Now we're going to increase our rate of descent just a little bit.
Copenhagen, good evening, Condor 37, making
So,
flight level 285 or 250.
was it flight level 130, Jari? Not 120, 130? I got that wrong. Corky said it was 1302. Thank you for catching the mistake. Appreciate it. Thank you. And 25,000 feet. We're not doing any holds. So if you've never seen where the seatbelt switch is, it's right up here. Seatbelts are on. And if you have not seen the inside of the Phoenix A321, if you look up here, you can see that the seatbelt sign is now on, and yes, they are modeled in the Phoenix airplanes. Jim watched an American 777 FO out of Denver who does vlogging for trips, and the videos are really cool. Oh, a 777 first officer. Okay, let's bring in the map. Click. Altimeter is 1026.
Condor 37, Mike, limited speed 280.
Speed 280, Condor 37, Mike.
Wow, what a quiet night in Copenhagen. Senor Tomas had a trip on a 777 and an A320. Did you have one that you enjoyed a little bit more than the other, Senor Tomas? Or are they both just really good airplanes? I hope you got window seats. Enabling passengers in their seats on GSX didn't... Yeah, I do too. It doesn't cause that many bugs for me, but it does load down the system a little bit too much. And that's one of the problems. Senor Tomas had a lot more room in the A320 than the 777. Both were United flights. Did you get a Stroop waffle if it was an early morning flight with your coffee going out? Keith is here. Hi, Keith. I hope your Monday's going good. We're on our way into Copenhagen. It's a nice sunset arrival into Copenhagen tonight. We could come over here and switch TCAS to below. And I don't see anybody ahead of us. Let's see. Russ just got back from a really cool trip. Russ, I assume I can just show these, right? This was Russ. Russ's son-in-law is now a new captain on Delta. And what's really cool is it was a dinner and it was a party for everybody who got to be a captain. And this is the 767 and this is engine number 2. And you can see that's where their dinner was. They got to have dinner right next to engine number 2. And that's really nice. So I'm going to guess that that's Russ's son-in-law becoming a captain. And there they are, very close to a very, very big engine. I'm going to guess that's the 767 by your table. And then this, oh, this is the Delta, that's the Delta DC-3, right, Russ? That's the DC-3. And this is the Delta Museum. And this is in Atlanta, Georgia. Russ, what a great trip. What an awesome trip that you did. And again, huge congratulations to your son-in-law. You flew that in 1982 from Atlanta to Gatwick. So you were a passenger on the 767 that you had dinner near? Really? So Russ went from Atlanta to Gatwick on the 767 that they have in the museum. No kidding. That is really cool that you remember that.
Good, event 441, contact Copenhagen approach, frequency 119.805. Have a good evening, bye-bye.
119 or decimal 805 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a nice evening. 119 805.
Speedway 23 Alpha, contact Flyin 120205, call sign only, good evening.
10205.
Echo. Copenhagen approach. Very good evening from Scandinavian 441 at flight level 130, overhead Rossby with information echo.
Scandinavian 441, hello to you. Radar contact. Descend maintain flight level 80 and sorry about no holdings this evening.
Descend and maintain flight level 80. My goodness, yes, it is so quiet over the skies of simulated Copenhagen tonight. Russ says that it's amazing how much smaller the 767 looks when you walk around it versus you sit in it. From what I think I was on a United 767 a long time ago, Russ. It was 2 by 5 by 2 seating. It was a long time ago that I was there. It was a United. And so I think I was only on one once. And it looked like it was really nice. Brixie, yeah, we heard that Flight Radar 24 has canceled the live tracking. I'm sorry to hear that. I guess they decided it was not a good thing to do anymore. It's too bad. I think it was nice that they did that. Okay, down to 8,000 feet. And we're going to have a little slowdown here. Airplane, you're getting a powered USB hub. That's a really good thing to do. You're going to need that. Yeah, Brixie, I did see that. I was sorry to hear that. Senor Tomas says there's some MD-11s parked next to each other at Honolulu, a FedEx and a UPS.
Copenhagen approach, good evening, Condor 37, my climate flight level 120, test 5.
Russ, those are great pictures. Thank you.
Condor 37, Mike and Dima, hello to you. 718.
And this is the picture of the FedEx MD-11 and the UPS MD-11 that Senor Tomas saw. Really cool. Hey, wait a minute. PHNL, that's Honolulu, right? You're in Honolulu?
Depending 4,000 feet at 1026 to be level at 727. Alpha 227.
Keith, I always hope for a nice landing, but there you go. Senor Tomas just got back from a really nice flight. Trip to Hawaii. And Captain Chris is done with work for today. Yay, Captain Chris. Yeah, everybody that goes to Hawaii always wishes they were still there. Lights are slowly coming on here in Copenhagen. 8,000 feet. I think we need to be on the other side of Copenhagen before we'll see the big bridge. Lady wants to know, where did you connect from? LA or San Francisco, Senor Tomas? I did both on my one trip out to Hawaii. Departed out of San Francisco to Honolulu, came back into LA. Senor Tomas, you did the direct flight to Denver? United, I think, still flies a 757 from Kona to Denver each day. Really nice lights tonight. Next flight for us is the Cessna Caravan, a FedEx cargo flight from Fort Lauderdale to Key West. We'll try not to get too keyed up. Landy did Honolulu to Denver in the 777. It was a long night after many cancellations. Not many people do the Denver connection.
Ryanair 6 Hotel, good evening. You need to contact departure on frequency 124.980.
Probably hearing just how calm the controllers are here. If you're new to VATSIM, this is one of the...
441, descend maintain 5,000 feet, QNH 1026.
1026 on the altimeter, descend 5,000 feet for Scandinavian 441. This is one of the best events if you're new to VATSIM and you're you've practiced up a little bit. You think, you know, I want to try one of those really big events. This is a really good one to try.
56 Papa, thank you very much. Contact final 120205. Call sign out. Good evening.
120205. We're all set there.
Bye-bye.
Maybe everybody's...
Xavier 431, descend maintain 4,000 feet, QNH 1026 to the level by Charlie Hotel 727.
Scan.
Copenhagen approach, good evening, 31 kilo, passing level 200, descending level 120 to for Alpha.
KLM 31 kilo, hello to you, radar contact us in flight level 080.
Descent level 080, KLM 31 kilo.
Airplane, I use, I have all of my WinWing stuff programmed, plugged into my USB powered hub. And it's a good powered hub. You don't want to get the cheapest one out there. And I have 16 plugs that I could use. I've got half of them right now.
Scandinavian 441, proceed direct to airport. Echo Romeo, Papa,
Scandinavian 441 is now direct to Airpark, Echo Romeo, Papa Uniform Kilo. So what I really like to do is when they tell me direct to, as soon as I hear somebody say, you know, go direct to, I always like to hit my direct button and start looking through. That way I can read on my list of places that I'm going, and that way I kind of know where to go. It's a real great way to figure that out. Senor Tomas says it's 7.5 hours from Denver to Honolulu with no seatback screen or Wi-Fi. Ugh. Hi, Nico. Nico Flies Denmark is here. Welcome in, Nico. Guess where we are? Copenhagen. We are in your neighborhood. Where's the best place to go for pizza, Nico?
441, descend to 4,000 feet.
Descend now 4,000 feet. Scandinavian 441. Oh my gosh, Duncan Storman says that somebody is now holding at Rossby. They've set up a hold. So people are just coming in a little bit late today. Yeah, Nico, this is your country. Where do we go? Where's the best pizza here? In Copenhagen.
205, contact only, Alpha 2.
Expecting delays of less than 5 minutes. I'm going to turn on the LS system, but it's such a beautiful night.
Good evening, is 182 descending.
We'll just use the ILS for a little bit of guidance here.
1822, hello to you. After airlock, continue airlock 3 Alpha 04 left, descend flight level 80.
And 4,000 feet, altimeter's checked and set.
Repeat,
speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are low.
The arrival route is the airlock 3 Alpha 04 left.
Airlock 3 Alpha for the arrival, sorry, 186.
Scandinavian 441, speed 220.
220, 220 knots now for Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 441, thanks very much. Contact final 120.205.
120.205 now for Scandinavian 441. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great week.
You too.
120.205, and that's with the call sign. Okay, it's called Pizzicato or Cato in Copenhagen. It's a little fine dining, but it's really good. See, that's another cool part of flying on VATSIM and flying in Twitch with friends like this. You find out where all the really cool pizza places are in the places that we're flying, which I think is great. Pizzicato.
Yeah, I see you turning now. Descend 2,000 feet and follow the glide.
Flaps 1.
Descend 2,000 feet and follow the
There goes our leading edge slats. Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441.
441, good evening. Catch the final identified. Descend 3,000 feet, maintain present heading.
3,000 feet, maintaining present heading for Scandi 441. Isn't it a great view?
56 Papa, contact tower 118.
And I think the big bridge, the big bridge is just ahead of us here.
Whereas with 5 kilo hotel, reduce speed 160 until 5 p.m.
Reduce speed 160 until 5 miles p.m.
We're coming in really fast here, folks.
Alpine,
hey, look who's here. It's Hunter Girl. Good evening. I hope you're doing great. Welcome aboard. and that it is a great night in Frankfurt tonight. And it's a nice night at the fire station. You were in recently talking about a new business thing you're working on. I hope that that's going well too.
180 knots, 3,000 feet, Rhino 61, Whiskey.
I would really like to slow down a little bit here.
Contact Tower 118105, Lufthansa 5 clear hotel. Thank you, bye.
Bye-bye. Alpine 21 Juliet.
And I have the airport.
180 until 6, Alpine 21 Juliet.
Genuine 441, reduce speed 200 knots.
Speed now 200 knots for Scandinavian 441.
Ryanair 61 Whiskey, right turn heading 310 degrees.
Right turn heading 3103, Ryanair 61 Whiskey.
Scanning 431, Castle Final, good evening, identify. Descend 3,000 feet, speed 200.
A nice night.
Scanning 441, turn left heading 080 degrees, clear ILS 04 left. Speed 180 knots until 6.
180 knots until 6. Left turn to 080, cleared for the ILS. Runway 4 left, Scandi 441.
Ryanair 61 Whiskey.
Flaps are 2.
Continue to turn heading 010 degrees, clear ILS 04 left.
Continue heading to...
There's the airport, there's the runway.
Alpine 21 Juliet, contact tower 118.
Airplane just got a brand new US powered USB hub. If you're a flight simmer, that's one of the things you're gonna need. So good luck with that airplane. Like I said, I've got one sitting on my desk. It works really, really good.
431, reduce speed 180 knots. Okay, 431, left turn now heading 170 degrees. Left turn now 170.
Okay, let's go ahead and arm the approach, get some help.
Alpine 5,
because we get kind of busy.
Alpine 5,
even if we want to make the turn manually, it's always good to have that armed, just in case you get busy at a critical moment. We're coming in on the left side there.
Final good evening, Contact 37,
First, Scanning 431, continue to turn heading 130.
There they go. There's the airplane catching the localizer.
Alpine correction, Condor 37 Mike Lima, good evening, identified Castle Final. Speed 200 knots, maintain pursuit heading.
Speed 200, passing heading, Condor 37 Mike Lima.
You hear just how calm, though, the controller is. If you're able to do the things you just see me doing here,
61 Whiskey,
it makes doing vectors to Copenhagen really cool. Hi Throx, welcome aboard. Airplane has a laptop stand with a fan.
431, continue to turn heading 080 degrees, clear ILS approach runway 4 left.
9 mile finals. I think wheels might be a good idea, you know?
Genuine 441, contact tower 118-105. So long.
118-105 for Scandi 441. Have a good week.
Thank you. Alpine 5261, turn right heading 290 degrees.
We're heading 290, Alpine 5261. Good evening. 121630, Blue Max 6879, thanks, bye-bye.
Catstrip Tower, very good evening. Scandinavian 441 is 7 mile finals for runway 4 left.
Scandinavian 441, Castle Tower, good evening. Continue approach number 2.
Continue number 2 for the runway, Scandi 441.
Alpine 21 Juliet, wind 080 degrees 5 knots. Runway 04 left, clear to land, expedite vacate to left.
04 left, clear to land, expedite vacate, Alpine 21 Juliet.
Lufthansa 5 Kilo Hotel, welcome to Castle, taxi via Alpha. Use runway 30 as taxiway, Kilo 3, hold short of Zulu.
taxi via
There's 6 mile finals. So let's go to speed for landing.
30
There's managed speed for landing. And flaps 3. Flaps are 3. And then let's look up ahead and see if we can't spot the airplane that's landing.
Lufthansa 5 Kilo Hotel A5.
There they are. So they're not even over the numbers yet.
And from left hand 56 Papa, did you say Alpha and Foxtrot cross runway 12?
Alpha Foxtrot cross
See,
runway
there
12,
they are there.
A5.
They may have a different scenery than mine. That's why it looks like they're off the runway. Or they may have crashed. I don't know. Something happened there. That didn't look good to me. That didn't look very good. Flaps are full. ECAM checklist is green. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes.
441, wind 080 degrees 5 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land, expedite vacate to left.
Could land. Scandinavian 441, expediting vacate to the left. Hi, intergalactic gentlemen. Yeah, that looked like there might have been a problem. John, yes. That,
431,
ooh, we can see the big bridge. There's the big bridge over there. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. Patton, he just disconnected? Okay. Probably heard there were spies hanging around the airport and stuff. If you're not ready to fly on VATSIM, don't worry about that. There's no ATC. I don't think it's going to be all that crowded, so this should be a nice little chill out flight for Key West. Landing.
100. 40.
So hello, Alpine 5261, 9.5, flight was our left, 0 for that. Alpine 5261,
reverse.
Hello, continue approach.
But we're not going to do too much of a reverse.
Approach number 4, Alpine 5261.
Speed brakes down, flaps up.
431, wind 080 degrees 5 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land, expedite vacate to left. Scandinavian 441, welcome to Casper, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 12, hold short of Zulu.
Scandi 441, continue via Alpha, cross runway 30, but we hold short at Zulu. Loviz, we made it. Welcome aboard. How is the Loviz computer? Loviz has had to rebuild the C drive and Windows. How's that project going? Taxi via Alpha, hold short of Zulu, cleared across runway 30. Rebel, it is nice to be in Copenhagen. This is a really cool place to do a Monday flight. Absolutely is. And APU open up the flap. Loviz had to take a break for a colonoscopy this morning and the post-colonoscopy feast that followed. I hope everything is good.
To sidestep to runway 2004 right. A-firm Alpine 5261. Aber 5261,
I will spare you the usual colonoscopy jokes.
04 right, contact tower on 11, correction, standby. Alpine 5261, 119er, 355. 355 Alpine 5261. Thank you very much. Ryanair 61 Whiskey, wind 080 degrees 5 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land, expedite vacate.
Loviz is okay with the colonoscopy jokes because they are a necessary evil.
Scandinavian 431, welcome to Kastrup, taxi via Alpha, Foxtrot, cross 1012, hold short of Zulu.
Taxi Alpha and Fox, cross 12 is short of Zulu.
Kastrup Tower, good evening, KLM 31 kilo, inbound 0 left.
There's the runway.
KLM 31 kilo, Kastrup Tower, hello, continue approach, number 4.
Continue approach, number 4, KLM 31 kilo.
We could do apostrophe jokes.
Copenhagen Tower, only short of Zulu, request to gate, Lufthansa 5 Kilo Hotel.
Lufthansa
And
5
there's
kilo,
Zulu right there.
121.630.
Contact apron on 121.630, Lufthansa 5 Kilo Hotel.
Scandinavian 441, contact apron 121.630.
121.630 now for Scandinavian 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too, break, contact
A
37.
good
Mike
week.
Lima,
It's not the
wind
weekend
080
anymore.
degrees
121.630.
Copenhagen,
Apostrophe jokes. I spared the chat yesterday because Loviz was having a crappy day.
Taxi to gate. Lufthansa 5 Kilo Hotel, Kastrup Apron, good evening. Stand Alpha 6 via Lima. Taxi to stand Alpha 6 via Lima, Lufthansa 5 Kilo Hotel.
Apron, good evening from Scandinavian 441. Holding short of Zulu right now. Good evening.
Scandinavian 441, Kastrup Apron, good evening. Hold position.
We'll wait right here, Scandi 441. So we didn't get a hold in the sky today, but we got a hold here at Zulu. We're getting a hold at Zulu. Let's see, is somebody coming our way? Yeah, there's an airplane over there. Maybe we're waiting for that one. Well, that's a lufty. Oh no, there they are. Maybe we're waiting for this thing. So you see the airplane right up over here?
Scandinavian 441, continue to stand Bravo 10 via Zulu and Mike.
Scandinavian 441, we are going to Bravo 10 tonight via Zulu and Mike. Shall we go? I think we can make that work. And up and away. AP, you can pop on here. I don't know. The thing is, you know, you've kind of got one of the, they use an anesthesia where you're sort of awake and stuff, but you don't remember anything that happened or anything like that. And I just am so afraid I would make some sort of stupid comment or something. But then, you know, I worry about all sorts of silly things. Okay, let's see. Is this taxiway Mike? It is. There's an M there. Loviz, you behaved today? I would just think that I would start making really bad tacky jokes or something like that.
Apron hello, Alpine 5261, holding short left.
Alpine 5261, Kastrup Apron, good evening. Stand Foxtrot 8, turn right on Victor, then Tango and Whiskey.
Right on Victor, Tango Whiskey, descend Foxtrot 8, Alpine 5261.
And nose lights off. And there is Bravo 10.
Scandinavian 431, continue to stand Bravo 7 via Papa.
60 Bravo 7 via Papa. Thank you much.
That's probably a good spot right there. Kind of look back here, see if we're clear of everything. We are. So that's a good spot for us today. Okay, so parking brakes are on. Let's go ahead, and APU is up and running. So engine number 1 and engine number 2 will turn the transponder off. And that's looking pretty good. I'm going to reset my rudder trim for the next crew. And then we'll come up here and do fuel pump 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And ADIRS 3, 2, and 1 can go off. We're done with the airplane today, so crew supply of oxygen goes off. Beacon can go off. Seatbelts can go off. All the rest of our lights are groovy here. So that's pretty good. Deboard the airplane. And we can come on into the Phoenix app. We can hit ground services. We'd like a ground power unit. We'll get preconditioned air. We'll open up cargo. And you can see it went and got us a jetway. So we got a nice jetway here, and we're at Bravo 10. And that looks really good. Let's see how disappointed I'm going to be starting today. All right, the landing felt great, but, and look at that. I was going for the big bars here. And so we were a little bit short, but not too short. And our landing rate was minus 335. You're kidding. There's butter all over that runway. What the actual, you're kidding me. 335, no way. That's just no. That is, there was butter all over the runway. It's fixed. It's rigged. Let's see. Loviz had one last week without any medication and was awake. I was like, hell no, bring the meds. Yeah, the meds come with the package. I didn't know that you could do one without the anesthesia. I'm serious. You got to understand a little bit. I'm kind of like, I have a great world right now. I've got the live stream. I've got my airplanes. It's wonderful. But I'm actually a pretty, kind of a train wreck between my ears here. There's a lot of bullpucky. I'm just too afraid I would start saying something that, you know, could be used against me in a court of law or I don't know. But anyway, I would just say, so if you could do that without the medication that says, hey, you know, you're gonna be conscious, you're gonna say things, you're just not gonna remember anything like that. That's what would scare me. But yeah, intergalactic gentleman, rigged for sure, absolutely. Okay, let's do a caravan flight. This should be really, really pretty down the Florida coast. We won't be too high, so we should see some really nice weather and stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and Elevate X is off and ready for our next flight. We don't need SimApp Pro, and SimApp Pro is off. Let's go and see what we have over here. Maybe the butter was from the previous land. Very probably. It was somebody else's landing for sure. Okay, Fort Lauderdale down to Key West. So no ATC at Key West. If you're new to this flight sim thing, this is the perfect flight for you today. Not a lot of ATC, should be really good. I believe that cargo is over here. I think cargo is over here at Fort Lauderdale. So on the southeast side of the airport is where we do that. Hey Medea, welcome aboard. I always feel robbed. I'm not kidding. It's almost like it adds like 200 to my landing rate every time. I don't know. Tim Dog says, no, 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 no. It's at the northern part of the runway. Oh, look at that. It even says it's even labeled with FedEx. Now, we're taking a Caravan, so these are big jets, so my guess is we park in one of these spots here, right? Okay, so we're good to go there. Let's get our simulator loaded and try a Caravan flight. Tim Dog says, yes, use these small spots. Okay, sim brief. New flight, it's going to be a Cessna 208. So according to Tim Dog, we're going to be flying for Mountain Air, and it's MTN. Flight, yes. This is KFLL, and it's KEYW. I'm just glad that I'm not the guy that has to go and check the airplane for snakes. Okay, it's a C208. Cessna 208. There we go. And we're going to fly it as a FedEx. That means it's going to be in pounds. We're expecting 10 left and runway 9. So let's see. That's 10 left right there. That's convenient. Why don't we plan on 10 left? Runway 9. Fuel planning. I'm just going to board my usual 15 minutes of extra fuel in case VATSIM pops up. So we'll go ahead and do that. And let's go ahead and generate a flight. Let's see. Tim Dog still has a stupid work meeting to do. I don't know, Tim Dog. Hang on. He's looking at, you know, you look a little bit pale right now. You may need to call in sick. I'm sorry. Just, you look pale. You should call in sick. Tell him that silly spy guy on the internet said it's okay. Sorry. Okay. Here comes the flight plan. Control C. Control V. It's a Cessna 2008. It's KFLL to KEYW. And let's update the title. Let's see. Polyot, that's right. Polyot could write you a letter. Probably, and use all sorts of big words and punctuation and everything. You know? Okay, all of that looks good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. Flow Cypress is now a channel member on YouTube. Hey Flow Cypress, thank you for being a channel member on YouTube. I am brand new over there, and so I really appreciate you helping me make my YouTube grow. Thank you. Flow Cypress, every day that we fly, I do a pre-flight weather rundown and also a pre-flight briefing on what it is we're going to be doing. So that's going to be available because you're a channel member, and you can see that every day there. So thank you so much for becoming a special agent over on YouTube. All right, let's go pre-file. We are pre-filed. No chickening out possible now. All right, let's see here. Beppy is starting to get the hang of your complex. Oh, you're talking about 3D printing right now, right? All right, let's go ahead and clear up some stuff here. So probably Dusseldorf a week from today. All right, our flight plan. I'm going to kind of stumble around with this one because I'm not really practiced up on the airplane. Oh wait, we got the really, really cool navigation system that we can use too. And it's going to be mountain air. And I'm just going to put this over here so I don't forget. Looks like 10 right for departures. Airplane says 10 right. Okay, Flo Cyphers, thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate you becoming a special agent over there. That's a whole new world for me that I'm still slowly learning about, but you know, still growing. So thank you for that. Okay, are we all ready here? I think so. All right, and I don't need that page up there. Let's not confuse ourselves. And let's go there and do that. And I think we're good to go. Okay, so there's our notes. And now we're just waiting on the sim. Well, a little brilliant. Sometimes. Maybe with a bad joke every now and then. But thank you for saying so, Flo Cyphers. Let's see, we've been slowly adding some of the, you know, little emotes that we use in over on Twitch. Those are available to you for the chat over on YouTube now as well. Let's do this way. We're going to use Navigraph for this because I don't know how to get the charts working really good over in the other one yet. So airports, KFLL, charts, taxi. Okay, so parking gates, this is probably for airline ops. Yeah, that's only for airline ops. It's not going to be cargo. So we'll grab the airport page up here. And there's 10 left, so we can zip on out. Let's see, it's going to be direct to the Fort Lauderdale VOR and then direct to DHP. I didn't see anything. Oh, can't have an Airbus hat in a Cessna. That would be a problem. We'll probably, since it's just us, kind of fly out there. Coming in, we're going to do Key West charts. We're not doing Kraken or Feisty. And it's going to be an RNAV to runway 9. And that looks good. Fort Lauderdale, since there's no weather right now, here is a METAR for Fort Lauderdale. There's a METAR in case you need it. Let's see. Do we have a CTAF frequency? Ground, ramp, Fort Lauderdale clearance, data, digital ATIS, tower. It's either 119.3 or 120.2. It's going to be one of those two. It's not labeled because this is a 24-hour airport, I guess. Airplane wants to know why the right seat in the A319 table click spot is so hard to find. Probably because not many people fly from the right seat. Probably for that reason. You know, they don't always set those things up. There is the latest METAR for Key West. So there's a METAR for Key West. And let's see, does Key West have a CTAF? Miami Center. CTAF for Key West is going to be 118.2. 119.3 for Fort Lauderdale, says Airplane. Thank you. 119.3. Okay, we got CTAF frequencies. We're all ready to go. Now, if only I knew how this airplane worked. All right, let's get the caravan here. I do have a setup flow. I do have a setup flow for the Caravan. That'll help out a little bit. Okay. So it is a 208. I think it's this bottom one here. Yep, I think it's the one that's the Cargo Master. Let's see if this has the FedEx. Yep, that's got the FedEx logo livery, so that's it. Okay, we got a FedEx. So save and go back. And save and go back. And we are going to KFLL, Fort Lauderdale. Hi, Kuma. Welcome, welcome. We're going down to Fort Lauderdale for a cargo flight. They needed some alligator shoes and belts down at Fort Lauderdale. Tim Dog said the livery we should have used is November 999 for MTN. Boy, it's a good thing that that's in the U.S. because that's a triple negative in Germany. And that is a language thing for you. Hi, let's see. Shabovans, welcome back in from Holland. Welcome aboard. We had a great flight today. Oslo down to Copenhagen today. Hey, Mr. Posh Martin. Good to see you. Everybody, I think, is doing pretty good today. Okay, we're supposed to use one of these small gates here. And let's see if there's anybody on that northern side. I think I should do this one. All right, let's try that. I do like X-Plane. I think it's a good simulator. I think that the visuals are much more interesting in Microsoft Flight Simulator. And so we've been mostly in this since it came out. So I really do like it, but okay, hopefully we're in a good spot. All right, we are going to be MTN. And we are a Cessna 208. And it's the Cargo Master. It gave us a squawk code.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Beltbox just hit follow on the channel on Twitch. Hey, Beltbox, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. And let's start. John Wolves is doing the flight with us today. If I had to have one or the other, it's tough to say. I mean, that's a tough call. You just never quite know what to expect with Microsoft Flight Simulator, you know, and tech companies right now. And the thing about, you know, X-Plane is you don't necessarily have to have a internet connection, constant internet connection like we have. You have to have for Microsoft Flight Simulators. So it's good to have them both, I think. And there we are. We have managed to make it just fine. Okay. So let's see here. This is our really nice airplane. And that looks really good. You can see some other airplanes are over here too. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's see. Captain Chris is going to do the ATR for this one. That is a really good choice if you don't have this airplane. I should have taken the ATR too. I would have known what I was doing. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's go and hop in the cockpit. And what we're going to need to start off with is we need to come down and we need to get the tablet. So we're going to need to have the tablet here to do some stuff. And let's kind of come in here and do tablet things for a little bit. Okay, so what we do is we come into the airplane and go to payload. And we need our flight plan to kind of fill the airplane all out here. So it's we need 1,087 pounds of fuel. Okay? So we have 2 fuel tanks essentially. So what we'll do is let's do math. 1087 divided by 2 is 543 pounds of fuel. Well, right now, if you look, I've at 566 each side. That's really close. That's nice and close. So I don't think we need to worry about that. Now then, we need to go and do cargo. So first of all, let's go ahead and it's just us. So we're going to fly alone, no co-pilot. So we're going to get rid of them. And if I wanted to be accurate, well, I'm closer to 170 than 180. So 170. 174, actually.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Beltbox became a subscriber on
Loyalty
YouTube.
noted.
Hey, Beltbox, thank you for becoming a subscriber and using your Twitch Prime. It's really nice of you. Thank you for following and subscribing in the same day. Thank you for the support. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep my lights on. That's how I do that these days. Now we got to do cargo. And if we look over here on page number 3, cargo, its payload is 230. Okay, so 230. That's not too heavy, is it? Let's do 100. 100. 100. I think that's about as good as it's going to get. Maybe we don't want it on this one. So there's like 300 and we get a better center of gravity there. Why don't we just do that? That might be good. Okay, so that's about as good as we get for loading up the airplane, I think. Don't know any other way, and I don't know that there's the airplane is now just essentially loaded, so we don't have to do anything else. Let's see, the engine. My engine condition is 100%. We're going to change that really, really fast. Believe me. So that's good. We could clear the filters just because, hey, it's good to clear filters, right? Electricity, all the electrics look groovy. The cabin, it's 90 degrees, but this is Fort Lauderdale, Florida. You know, I kind of expect it to be like that. So I'm going to close my cargo door. And if we look back here, you can see I don't have any cargo aboard. Okay. So is there a load button here? Let's refuel the oxygen. We should have like cargo in there. I'm going to close the pilot door. Oh, you can't do that until we bring up the stairs. Airplane is almost ready to go. We'll close that door. There should be like boxes there. Is there a load button? We could refill the oxygen. Not that we're only going to 8,000 feet. So, open Blackware, set payload and fuel. I've got the fuel. I've got 300 pounds of stuff. Gross weight, fuel on board, endurance. Am I missing it? External power, engine covers, pitot. No, there's not there. I had the door open when I was doing all this stuff. I had the door open. So I'm going to guess we are loaded. I don't know another way to load it. So that looks good. All right, let's just pretend that we've got it done. And we're going to move this over here. Okay, so let's see. Parking brake. Parking brake is down here. It's on. Chocks are gone. Fuel selectors. Fuel selectors are up here. On and on. We've got fuel. Emergency power. Oh, let's see here. I got throttles. All that looks good. Let's come on down here and remove the control lock. Emergency power lever near the throttles is supposed to be normal. And it's not abnormal, so it's normal. And the propeller goes full forward. Propeller is full forward. Fuel condition lever far right of the throttles is at cutoff. Battery. Always get a charge out of turning on the battery. Got to do something like that, right? Battery goes on. Nav lights. Now it's hard to see these here, but if you kind of come down here a little bit, you can see. Okay, so nav light is there. The seatbelt here and smoking, there is none here, so that's the nav lights. And there's that. We're going to go ahead and get stuff started, so the beacon can go on now. Smoke beacon is up there. There's the beacon. Avionics switch number 1. Avionics switch number 1 goes on. And starter switch goes to start. And here comes our RPM. At 52%, the starter switch goes off. Oil PSI is rising. Fuel flow to low idle. And that's got to be 52%. So this can go off. Starter goes off. Generator switch. Reset on. Fuel booster pumps are normal. Fuel booster pumps to normal. Standby alternate power, we pop that on. Ignition goes to normal. Avionics number 2 can come on. And then we ought to do ventilation here because it gets like super duper hot in this cabin. So ventilation is over here. And what we do is we come over here. Bleed air is on. Turn the temperature down a bit. Let's leave it in the middle and see if that works. And that's the end of my checklist. Everything else, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So what could possibly go wrong from here, right? All right, let's come on over here. I have only used this once before. I got no clue as to what I'm doing. It could be messy here. First of all, 119.3, 119300, and transfer. And now 122.8. And there we go. 119.3. So that we got that taken care of. We did get a squawk code. And so we could come in here and put our squawk, which is 5113. There we go. We're doing that. That's looking pretty good. The nav light was above the one I turned on. Did I do that wrong? So I think the one above it, this is the left landing light, right landing right. So nav is there, the beacon is here. I did it wrong. So nav is the middle one and beacon is here. There's a cabin light down there. And so then there's left and right landing lights and a taxi light. So I got the nav light right, I got the beacon light wrong. So that's a little bit weird to look at. All right, let's see here. Map traffic flight plan. KFLL, it knows Fort Lauderdale, set the destination. Our destination is KEYW. Key West. Enter. There we go. Add a waypoint. FLL. Enter. There's a waypoint. Add another waypoint. Key West via the Victor 157. Okay. How do we add an airway? Insert before, destination, track, waypoint, load procedure. I don't see a way to add the airway. There's our waypoint info. That's nice. Let's go and add it. Maybe it'll go grab it. So after this, it's Victor 3 to VDHP. So DHP is next. DHP. Enter. Is it Dolphin or is it... Okay, so this is helpful. DHP, the Dolphin, obviously it's the Dolphin, right? But it also gives you the distance. I don't think we're going to the one that's 7,000 miles away. Let's select that one. Okay, add a waypoint, and this is going to be EYW. EYW. Key West, and enter. And there's our flight plan. It looks like it's in. So we're good to go there. And that is our active flight plan. Now let's see, what do we do from this point? Catalog, store, delete, invert, VNav, import, cruise altitude, 8,000 feet. Enter. There's a cruise altitude. Okay. What else can we do? We can preview or we can catalog. All right, there's our route right now. If we come over here and just look over here at the sim brief, you can see that we had a couple of waypoints in here. So if we add these waypoints between, if we go ahead, so FLL down to Dolphin, that's good. But if we put these names in, we could probably go the way we're supposed to. Because that's this airway, I think, that we're supposed to be on. We could do that. All right, so that's en route. Let's go back. Go to flight plan, click on DHP, and load the airway. Okay, Landy says, hi, Wabi. Let's try that. DHP, load an airway. Hey, look at that. It's supposed to be, thank you. Okay, our airway is supposed to be, it's the Victor 157. And we exited EYW. That's it. And let's load that. Okay, so we got the airway in here. That's good. Somebody said we ought to do the runway. Let's see. Adding runways. Catalog, preview, delete, invert, store. I don't see that. Flight plan charts, procedures, waypoint services, utilities. I don't know about that. Click on FLL and add a runway there. Let's do that. Let's see what happens there. So KFLL. Oh, we did have actually an airway between FLL and DHP. It's the Victor 3. Load an airway. It's the Victor 3. And we exit at DHP. Load it. Okay, so we got that airway. But now you said let's click on the airport itself, and that's where we could add a runway. Origin, track, waypoint, remove. I don't see add a runway there. So I'm not sure about that one.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Load procedure, maybe? Procedures. We're not really doing a procedure. We're not doing a procedure on departure. We're just taking off. Let's leave it as it is. Let's see, we do have charts available. Key West. Info, approaches, departures, airport. Key West, info, preview, procedures, runways. Oh, that was Key West. We didn't want that one. It is going to be runway 9, but let's just get going. Otherwise, we'll be here forever, and I'm wasting fuel. So let's see. For our departure, our heading on departure is going to be 096. I'm going to dial. Nope, we don't want to do that. We want to do the heading here. Let's leave that alone and do the heading. 096. Andy said I should have done load the procedure. And in the middle of my little rabbit hole here, Michael did a resub for 32 months. Thank you for a 32-month resub. Okay, 0956. There we go. That looks good. And let's see. Altitude. 8,000 feet. That's good too. Let's see if we hear anybody on the radio. Shall we try and get out of here? Otherwise, we'll be here forever. All right, let's come on down here, and that's going to do a taxi light. Taxi lights are on.
Delta 14 is now airborne and taking the Main Street departure for Cuba.
Okay, parking brake is down here. And this airplane just kind of leaps into action. One click of flaps. We're just going to use this chart because I couldn't make the other ones work. Okay, so we're going to come out Alpha 4, Alpha to the end of the runway, take off, and then turn south. Was that an alligator over there? It's a very gray day here. It is. I think in the afternoon, though, it's always like this in Florida. You know, it's always kind of like gray and... Oh, did you see thunder? There's a thunderstorm nearby. There's a thunderstorm nearby. Anybody over there? Nope, and a thunderstorm there. Airplane just took off as a Delta flight, and it's airplane's inaugural flight to Key West. So it's really pretty down there. Don't be fooled. There's an airport just beyond the airport that we're all going to, and it's the Naval Air Station. You want the airplane first. We do have lightning. I still don't know that I actually loaded the airplane. We'll probably run out of fuel. Altimeter here in let's see. Altimeter is 3002. I did not set the altimeter. 3001.
Fort Lauderdale traffic, Airfloat 701, text
There we go.
left by Tango to the
Your EFB says you have 1,100 pounds of fuel, and my takeoff gross weight is 5.5 pounds. Not really. I think that there's a load button that I'm missing. Somebody's got a 727 over there. That could be static, though. That could be a static scenery. There, Landy says, nope, there's no load button, so it's not like we missed that. Fort Lauderdale traffic, Mountain 441 is a caravan. We are taxiing on runway 10 left, departing to the east and then the south.
Stay sharp.
Fort Lauderdale. Hi, Fryock. Welcome, welcome. First Noble just hit follow. Okay, let's look down here. I think we do have strobes. Strobes going on. Strobes are on. Yep, we got strobes on. And I don't see anybody coming. No landing gear, right? We just go. I didn't. Whoopsie. That's why it was so sluggish on the departure. don't think that worked. It's a little bit bouncy along the coast, but I think it's always bouncy along the coast like this. Fort Lauderdale traffic, Mountain 441 is clear of runway 10 left, departing to the south. Happy landings, Fort Lauderdale. 122.8. Going to 8,000 feet. Wabi, we are definitely going to pick up some pizza. We could fly a little bit down the coastline here. Whoa. Iron Man is a Southwest flight today. Hi, Iron Man. Iron Man is flight 1889. Are you coming into Fort Lauderdale or did you depart from Fort Lauderdale? All right, let's go and dial this down and try this again. There's tower at Key West. Uh-oh. They probably heard spies were coming. Nope, heading is not working for me at all. We're watching out for gators. Iron Man is coming in from across the Gulf right now. Iron Man's coming in from across the Gulf. All right, we're south of Miami Airport, the big airport. No, that's North Hollywood. Let's go and buzz some of these expensive condos along the beach. I'm sure they love it when airplanes buzz them and stuff. All right, let's try this again. Airplane is already at top of descent. Well, you're taking something a little bit faster than this, right? I'm trying to set up a little bit of a trim here. Now, maybe we're a little more stable. Let's try the autopilot again. AP, heading, up, I am not doing very well with this at all. And the radial is still it's still crazy. It's not working. I guess we're flying by hand on this one. The A319 is going. Is my heading bug backwards? I'm just trying, Truth Snorkel, I'm just trying to do a basic heading hold at the moment. But you know, that would make sense. Oh, you know what? You are absolutely right. I'm an idiot. Absolutely off base. You're right, Truth Snorkel. I don't know why I was putting it at the bottom. Seriously, what is in my tea today? Something is in my tea. Oh, you were absolutely right. Why would I put that down at the bottom like that? That's a little ridiculous. Let's try this again. There, now it should work for me, right? AP, heading hold. Vertical speed, we're climbing. Hey, we got it. Thank you. True Snorkel. I don't know why I was doing that at the bottom. That's crazy, right? Detergent Foot, welcome aboard. Oh, Intergalactic Gentleman. When it absolutely positively has to be there on time, we'll make it. All right, let's make sure. So let's see. We don't want to be running things a little bit too hard here. Okay, I think my engines are good. We're not killing them. And we're coming up here, and we're going to try and go direct to DHP here. And once we get on that, we're going to try and hit the nav button and see if the nav button works. That's right. Plenty of volleyballs on their way. And we don't go flying into a big bad thunderstorm. Let's see. We don't need... Landing lights could go off. Landing lights should be off, and the taxi lights should be off. Yep, we're good. Okay, let's see here. Mr. Sir, you were the Aeroflot that took off. It was a nice departure out of Fort Lauderdale. All right, this is looking good. We got a relatively good speed here at the moment for a climb, I guess. 500 feet per minute, that's probably pretty good on an airplane like this too. Now what we're doing is we're gonna try and come over here and let's see. I've never really done a direct to. So let's see, map, traffic, terrain, weather, charts, flight plan, procedures, nearest system utilities, flight plan. We're going to DHP. Let's continue the turn to 270 and kind of square this up a little bit. And if we do that, then we can go and intercept that. Coming up on 8,000 feet. It could easily do 1 to 100, 1,500, but my torque is low at the moment. I've kind of turned it down because I'm a little skittish about this airplane because I burned out the engine a little bit before landing, so I'll go ahead and add a little bit there. I immediately bring it down because I don't think I've set it on fire yet, but it was like close. We've also got a groovy little map here. And that might be nice. Now then, we need to change from... My Garmin messages should tell me which way to turn. So we're going to make a little bit of a left turn here. right turn. And looking good. There's our line there. And that should get us direct to DMP. That's right, I'm gonna try and intercept this here pretty quick. I turned a little bit too much. And then I'm gonna hit the nav button and see if the nav button works. I've just turned it over to the GPS. Airplane's gonna be, yeah, you're going pretty fast though.
38, taking runway 08 right, the Quebec.
And let's see if it does it. You gonna make my turn? Hey, it made the turn. Okay, we're looking good there. Coming up on 8,000 feet. Let's see if it holds us. No, that's 7,000 feet. Big difference. Landy says we could zoom the map out a little bit. So we're looking good here. That's probably letting me know that we're coming up on 8,000 feet. So 1,000 feet. Perks of flying the A319. Yeah, you get there awfully quickly. CLP7 says, I'm not doing it right. Oh, it's a smile. Beanie Aviation, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Now then, let's just move this thing straight up here. Just because that's what we're doing right now. Coming up on 7,000 feet, and we should be, it should hold altitude for us here in just a second. We just went over a waypoint called Crocs. We went over a waypoint called Crocs here. Krocks. That is a great waypoint name here. Yep, those kinds. Beanie, yes. Wabi is wearing Crocs today. When flying through clouds or precip, you need to have internal separator open to avoid the ingestion of moisture. I have not gotten to the internal separator yet. That means that there's probably moisture in my engine right now. I think that means that we're gonna die. Let's see how the engine looks. I haven't burned it up yet, so that's kind of good. Haven't burned it up yet. Hello, Captain Minnesota. Welcome aboard. And 8,000 feet, it's holding our altitude. Yay. You want to look at the bottom left of the engine page where it says FOD. We'll FOD that. The bottom left of the engine page. Let's see what it says there. Engine and FOD. Intensity is 0%. Foreign object damage, right? Or is that a mutant of a codfish or something like that? Captain Minnesota wants to find scenery for Amsterdam. The best place to look for scenery, Captain Minnesota, is on the internet, of course. FS add-on compare. And you want what? Amsterdam? So EHAM? Here is a list of Amsterdam scenery for you. Here's a flight to Tampa. Captain Minnesota, I grabbed this one. Best price is at the marketplace. Another good place to get it is Contrail. I would probably go one of those two. But yeah, the Amsterdam from Flight Tampa is a great place to go. All right, looking pretty good here. If using that, you also need the mod from FlightSim.to to use it in FlightSim 2020 without issues. It's not officially updated yet. Okay, Landy, so be sure and do that. If you want to get the Flight Tampa, be sure and get the mod. That way you'll be a member of the mod squad. Well, so much for really great views of Florida with all of the clouds and stuff. I just turned on traffic. Airplane says the weather is nice over the water today. Procedures, arrival, Key West. I was looking to see if we can get anything here. Put in the runway. It's not letting me put in a runway. Approach. Key West. Approach. RNAV runway 9. So I just put in the approach for runway 9. RNAV transition, vectors, load approach. Hey, there's the approach. We got an approach in now. So that's pretty good. And we're DHP to Fogso is our next waypoint. And look at the map. Yep, there's Fogso. Perfect. So we're slowly doing pretty good. Ooh, we broke out of the real dark clouds. Let's look at, see what the engine says. Maybe I'm killing my engine. Okay. We've got engine condition remains at 100%. I don't have any foreign object damage. So all that looks good. Our cabin, it's 62 degrees in the cabin right now, so we're not too hot, we're not too cold. The electricals, everything's kind of green right now, so nothing's flashing red. I'm going to assume that's a good idea. The only thing that I don't think happened here is putting in, you know, cargo and stuff. I don't know that I actually loaded the airplane. I don't know that that actually worked. Landy says we actually did load the cargo, so that's good. Oh, there's a message here. We've arrived at Fogso. Hey, thanks for letting us know. There is a chart. There's a chart. That's right. We need Betty on this airplane, don't we? RNAV runway 9. Hey, look at that. There's our chart. We've got charts. Turn around and look in the back of the airplane. It must have, this must be a shipment for JSG Droid. It's JSG Droid's cloaking device. So, yeah. It's a JSG Droid invisibility box. That's what it is. Got it. Okay, back here. So we got some nice charts. And we're coming up to famine next. That's strange because the tablet says it's loaded, but there's nothing back there. Who did order multiple gallons on air by air freight? Hey, Fighty, welcome aboard. Good evening. That's right, he's in chat. We just can't see him. So this looks good. We've arrived in famine. Fighty, we got a new airplane. We're flying around. Well, I've had it for a while, but we actually have a caravan flight right now. We're going, and this was a real flight they do with this airplane, and it's going down to Key West from Fort Lauderdale. Airplane is now turning final. Airplane's first time into Key West. Zone Fan, we're in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. You can see down here, if we look really close, you can see the alligators are modeled. And probably some snakes too. Weaver and Duval. Utilities, VNAV, trip planning, fuel planning, ATC, flight timers, checklists. Now there's an idea. I should probably use the checklists and stuff. The module may not work. That's cool. You could also clean the screen. That's good for somebody like me that, you know, sneezes all the time. Arrival at Weaver. So good evening, Fighty. Yeah, this is really cool. This is also the GNS. I think this one's the 750. This is like a payware. You buy it, you know, either one, you know, for a year or all, you know, for all time. Let's see. 118.2. 118200. There we go. 118.2. Whoops. 118200. Okay, we've got that frequency all set and ready to go. And we're about ready to make our turn and go out over more water. Matt, every now and then I kind of got this one because this one's really, this was the Caravan's a really popular little airplane. Plus we can also do like FedEx feeder routes like we're doing today. So you could do a FedEx feeder route with this airplane. And, you know, this is an airplane that's actually flying around and doing things in the real world. So it's pretty cool. Detergent Foot says to hydrate. I'm almost out of hydration. Now's probably a pretty good time. Let's make sure it does the turn here. If it does the turn, then I'm going to sneak over to the galley and grab a little bit more tea. I don't know if we're done for the day. If we want to go and do look for some VATSIM ATC or take a jet out of Key West or something like that. Almost time to turn. And we're also still anxiously awaiting news as to whether or not tomorrow is the magical day. Okay, it's making its turn. Salt Lake City is up. We could take the CRJ to Jackson Hole or the E-Jet to Jackson Hole from Salt Lake. That's a nice flight. Okay, give me just a quick second here. I'm out of tea. And that's not a good thing. Give me just 30 seconds. Thank you for hanging around. All right, fresh tea. Yes, you can import from SimBrief directly into, I think it's the GTN 750 is what this one is. So you can directly import stuff. Let's see what is up ahead. So here we all are, and we have Key West Tower. And ADIS says we are landing and departing on runway 9. Bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. Of course there is. And let's see, tower is 118.2. So we get ourselves set up on final and call for permission to land. I'm just going to set my bugs straight up here, and that's pretty good. And 118.2 is already preset there too. Now then, we've got to start thinking about our descent. So we're coming in on, it's going to be the RNAV to runway 9. So that means it's 1,500 feet. We're at 8,000 feet. 8,123 minus 1,500 times 3 divided by 1,000. I need 20 miles to do this. Let's add let's call it 25. So when we're 25 miles out from here, Vectors was really good today, Syntas. It was not very crowded today. It wasn't crowded at all. Okay, so we're 19 miles away from Carnu, and then it's Tiger. And Strap and Knox. So we're gonna have to take this off of Vectors in just a little bit. And we need 20 miles. So maybe we'll go down to 5,000 feet in a little bit. But we've still got a ways to go here. Yeah, Vectors to Copenhagen. Not an awful lot of people were flying today, so nobody, we didn't do any holds or anything like that. And like I said, if you're relatively new to VATSIM, it's a nice, good event to jump into. We could take the CRJ from Salt Lake. Salt Lake City is doing the 16s. So departing probably 16 right or left. And up here at Jackson Hole, Wyoming, let's see. We could go and see if there's anybody coming into Jackson Hole. And let's see. So Flight Radar 24. KJAC. I need to create an account here someday. Anybody doing anything? It looks like Jackson Hole is this one's coming in. There's a SkyWest flight. This is a E-Jet SkyWest from Denver to Jackson Hole. And so it looks like they're landing to the south at Jackson Hole. What do they charge for this thing to be a member here? So let's see, silver use, it's $14 a year for a silver personal use thing. You can bookmark, flight history, 3D view, remote, filters, I can't see boundaries, clouds, fleet. So for the fleet, that's going to be, I am not paying $500 for a business thing. That's probably a good thing. I probably should get that. George, you use this silver version? That's right. We're going to go get moose bread. Is that okay? So why don't we plan on either the CRJ or the E175 from Salt Lake City, KSLC to Jackson Hole. KJAC, right? And we could either do the CRJ. I'll do a CRJ 7 because I've been doing a lot of the E-Jet lately. Did somebody say moose bread? Thalo, that's right. We're going to fly over Dornans where you get the infamous moose bread. Okay, I updated the next command for you. Zintas, we'll also get lots of coffee. Airplane has landed at Key West. How did you like that super short runway there, airplane?
New recruits detected.
Hey Hoodlum,
Welcome
thank
aboard,
you for the
Agent.
follow. Welcome
Station.
aboard. We are doing a feeder flight down to Key West. Then we're going to do a commuter flight from Salt Lake up to Jackson Hole. Detergent foot said to hydrate. AvGeek says it's hailing at your house. Well, hail, that sounds kind of serious. Sorry, AvGeek, to turn it into a stupid joke. Stay safe. Those hailstones, they can be pretty dangerous. I hope you've got your car protected. Hi, Termy TV. All right, this all looks good. We'll just kind of keep on cruising here, and then we'll start a descent in just a bit to 5,000 feet and see what happens. The CRJ is actually a really cool little airplane, but it does not have an auto throttle. So you've heard, JSG Droid talking about, God, I need a shower after this. It keeps you working. It really does. It is, but it's a remarkably solid little airplane. AvGeek says it's just little salt pellets. Good. Glad to hear it. We're about 140 knots. I haven't really looked into how actual performance for this to see. Here's another message. We have arrived at Carnu. After strap, we'll go down to 5,000 feet. But it really is kind of a cute little airplane. Some of the textures look a little dodgy, but don't be fooled. They did a good job. And every, year or two, the guy that's the developer on the CRJ does a little update. And it's pretty good. So I enjoy that airplane. I like being a sim pilot on the CRJ. I am not interested in being a passenger. I'm over 6 feet tall. That's not all that great. Auto ATC is being very, very insistent about a descent right now. You can see that we're out a little bit here. I was going to wait at maybe Tigger or Strap and go down to 5,000. Okay, there's a 25 mile. There's a 15 mile. Okay, there's 15 miles. Maybe we ought to do that. Let's go and do our descent. So let's go to altitude. Let's do 4,000 feet. Go down. Altitude. I haven't done this airplane in quite a while. This autopilot. Altitude 4,000 feet. Click it again, and feet per minute. And that's supposed to do it, right? You change feet per minute with up and down. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. Okay, I'm doing it completely wrong. Altitude, I wanted it to be 4,000 feet. I think I've so thoroughly confused it. There we go. Okay, I got it now. Thank you, Ashes. It's been a while. Okay, we should probably reduce our throttle a bit too. And I'm just being a gentle, like 500 feet per minute on this. We're so far out, but thanks. Thank you, Ashes. Keeping all of the operational things here straight in your head is not easy. Okay, let's check. VATSIM radar. Oh, that's over there for that. That's for later. Oh, and it looks like ATC's gone offline, so we don't have tower anymore. So it's just us, and it looks like Salt Lake's gone offline. So it looks like Salt Lake called it a day. So maybe we're gonna do something else. Let's come over here, and let's go to Key West charts weather. The altimeter is 3002. So 3002 on the altimeter, which is the same thing as that. Tim Dog's meeting is finally over. Congratulations, you survived, Tim Dog. We are descending into Key West right now. We're thinking, right now the plan was Salt Lake up to Jackson Hole, but ATC went off the air. Landy says that Oakland is up and we could do Reno, Oakland, or San Francisco. I mean, it's Monday. Today's a day where ATC is definitely going to be popping on and off. So we could depart. We could go San Diego up to San Francisco. We could do Ontario up to Oakland in the A300. So there's a little bit of ATC there. It's too early for Moncton Monday, and I don't think that there's other stuff going on. I think we're going a little slow on our descent. I needed to pick it up just a little bit. Minus 155. Captain Chris had a great landing in the ATR into Key West. I did finally fix my ATR problem. Did finally fix that, and that's a good thing. I'm just kind of extending it. I don't, not pushing the airplane too hard just because, the curse of the bad landing rates is over for Captain Chris. Congratulations. What was your secret? What was your secret? Jose, Portland, Oregon is really nice. There's no ATC up there right now. There's no ATC there right now. And we were just looking for a place to have a little bit. Okay, we're gonna go and we're gonna continue down, and then we're gonna go 270 degrees. So after we pass this next strap, after strap, we'll go like halfway in, halfway down to the Key West VOR, and then what we'll do is turn to 270 with heading holds, and then turn off the autopilot and fly it in and see what happens there. We're still waiting for confirmation and stuff or any news about the possibility that Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024's Sim Update 5 would possibly come out tomorrow. We don't know 100% sure. It could be tomorrow, it could be Thursday. I'm kind of hoping for tomorrow, because if it comes out with a bug, they need some time to fix it before cross the pond. So I don't know what to expect. If, we'll be over on Spy Discord, obviously chatting away. That'll be how I'll find out if it's available. And if you've never had an update before, you just launch Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it will, if the update's out, it will go get it. 20 to 26 is a long week. Krebby, I don't know exactly what's in there. They do have over on their little developers blog that they have, they do have some information that you can get, you can get a change log there. It's usually fairly long, and it explains it pretty well. I usually kind of wait till it shows up. Starting to reduce my speed just a little bit here as we get in a little bit closer. We're heading now directly to the Key West VOR. And this is a 10-mile range. So what I'm going to do is come over here and make sure that my heading bug is straight up. It is. And now what I'm going to do is come down here and I'm going to hit heading hold. And now I'm on heading hold, and I'm going to continue my turn out now to 270 degrees. Okay, so now I'm starting to turn basically a downwind leg at about 5,000 feet. And you can see that we're paralleling the approach into the runway. This is, again, a 10-mile range, so basically I'm 10 miles from the airport, giving myself just a little bit of breathing room here. Zintas, generally what we're hearing is, yes, it's going to possibly be sometime this week that we could see Microsoft Flight Simulator, the Sim Update come out, and generally what we see is... what we get out of all of that is they do it on, it usually happens on Tuesday or Thursday. Normally I believe it's Tuesday. I'm just changing this now down so I can just get a little bit more help coming on in. Doing still a nice descent. We'll just continue to let it come on down to 1,500 feet. Hi, Olivance. Tim Dog, it's targeted for release this week. On April 15, George acknowledged that there's still 2 to 3 must-fix bugs remaining before they're ready to ship the final Sim Update 5. But the team is cautiously optimistic that they can resolve the remaining outstanding issues within the next few days. So typically Tuesday or Thursday. We hope for tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. Tim Dog, thank you for taking the time to clip that in for us. That's great information. All the bands, we're IFR at the moment. And we're going to stop at about 1,600 feet. We already have our altimeter set. Let's see. How about left and right landing lights? On. Airplane, the last time we talked, we were talking about Salt Lake to Jackson Hole. ATC went off, so now we're talking about a A300 cargo run from Ontario, California up to Oakland. It's tough to tell. So we're about 4 miles from the runway. Hi, Key West. You're posting VTC debrief and relax a little before bed. We sometimes fly around VFR like that, hardly ever. Okay, we're looking pretty good here. Shall we turn off the autopilot and be like airplane pilots now? I think we're ready to go. Let's let it go downrange just a little bit longer. How about we split the difference though? Let's go halfway on the track. Olivance likes flying VFR. It's a guilty pleasure. Generally, I try just to do things that people can relate to. You know, that everybody can fly along with, and so that's why if you're IFR, everybody can jump in and do that, so nobody gets left behind. Key West traffic. Mountain 441 is a FedEx Cessna 208. 5 miles north of the airport on a downwind for runway 9. Landing Key West. There's the airport. Okay, I see the cruise ship docks there. I think we could go ahead. I think it's time for AP off. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. And let's start our turn in. So, all events, it is a Vectors to Copenhagen debrief that you're doing. I hope it was a good debrief. It was a great event. Not a lot of people showed up, and I always like to say it's a really nice one for anybody who's, for people that are relatively new, because it's so calm, cool, and collected. You just kind of have to know what you're doing. We haven't needed our shark repellent or our life jackets yet, so I'm thinking that's kind of a good thing. About 100 feet too high. Olivant says usually sit together afterward for a discussion on the evening, and then there's a more formal written debrief system afterwards. I don't know. You're really, Vectors to Copenhagen is absolutely one of the best events. Everything is so calm, cool, and collected, as I always say, plus all the controllers know what to do. It really is a nice one. I don't know if we have bat spray. Do they have a bat problem here? Not bad. It's not a bat problem. It's an iguana problem. I thought that that was more of a Florida thing. I would guess probably here. Okay, I got the airport, so we're all visual here. I haven't slowed down yet. I know, the cruise ships really help. You can see the cruise ships right over here, which we normally pass as we come on in. So that's just outstanding to have the cruise ships right there. Thalo wants to see a 1960s Batman show. And it's GA, so gently does it. At least that's what my flight instructor always liked to tell me. Just gently does it to come on in. You don't want to over control these airplanes. And if you're just doing, you know, gentle turns, it really supposed to be not help. I got the runway right there. There's the cruise ships. Okay, props all the way forward. Okay, the flap lever doesn't work. I have to do it manually. You keep developing the procedures in airspace management. It really is an amazing event. Again, it's one of my favorites to do every week. Key West traffic. Mountain 441 is now short finals, landing runway 9. Key West. I thought I was much slower, Landy. I thought I was much slower. Whoops. Oh my gosh, Thalo, The Creeping Terror. That one is a wretched movie. I mean, that one's just terrible. Flaps are 150 on this one. Oh, okay, so it's not bad. It is, well, it's the coast. It's always a little breezy on the coast.
Golf November Whiskey, 6 miles north of the field.
Full flaps is 125, huh? Okay. No, it was The Creeping Terror. Oh, I didn't know what the song was. Key West traffic, Mountain 441. Very short finals, landing runway 9, Key West. Don't want to hit any of the trees. And I believe cargo is all the way at the end here. A very jazzy landing. Key West traffic. Mountain 441 is clear of runway 9. Taxiing to cargo land. Happy landings, Key West. Flaps up. Landing lights off. Taxi light on. Strobe lights off. It's 175 for 10, 150 for 20, 125 for full flaps in this airplane. Thanks, Tim Dog. Parking brakes. Parking brakes are set. It's on the pedestal next to the flap levers. There it is. So full flaps is 125, 150, 175. So that's where those are. And I think we made it. And I don't think we really damaged the airplane too badly either. I don't think we damaged the airplane. So nice flight on in. That was a nice route. And what was really cool is Tim Dog looked it up, and that was a real route that they fly. I'm not sure that they would bring these in over here. Maybe they would bring those in over there. And this is, again, a really, really nice scenery for Key West. They've really changed the terminal down here a lot. How would you like to be here on the south end? That's South Jetway. That's a long walk to your airplane. That's a long walk to the airplane. And Elevate X was not too terribly mean. I think it should have probably been like, oh, we bounced. Oh, no. There was a bounce. Minus 128, minus 66. There was a bounce. Rats. Agent Jason became a subscriber on YouTube. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Let's see. I almost missed a client. So you missed the flight. Oh, no. This was a really nice one. I figure that you're still doing stuff with your computer, Loviz. Lots of stormy weather up by your place, though. Coming out of Fort Lauderdale, it was super duper stormy. It seemed like. I'm just turning off some stuff here. Okay, let's see. So we were talking about we could do. That's right. when the Ford Trimotor first came out, we basically flew down the causeway down the Florida, a roadway that goes down the Florida Keys in the Ford Trimotor. And we did it at like sunset, so it was really quite nice. Okay, so let's see here. There is ATC here. There is LA. There is no ATC going out of LA, but there's a bunch of ATCs, so we could go into Oakland. That's right, Sunset. It was a nice flight, though. So we could do Ontario to Oakland in the A300. There was ATC in Salt Lake. They're gone. We could do Salt Lake up to Jackson Hole if we'd like to do that. It's still way too early for Moncton Monday. So that's it. I could do a straw poll. Where is my straw poll link? Okay, those are the two where there were, that we were talking about. So here comes a poll. And I will send a link so you can vote on both Twitch and YouTube. It's free. So you can vote and see what you'd like to do. You just click on the link and vote. I don't vote unless there's going to be a tie. So unless there's going to be a tie. And we'll leave it up for just a little bit here. And what else have we got? That was a really nice flight in the C2, the Cessna. John, how was your flight down in? Was it a nice one for you too? We did not crash. Looks like Salt Lake to Jackson Hole is leading by 2 votes, which you can probably see just by looking at your screen. One vote. Salt Lake to Jackson Hole still leads. We got nice sceneries for both of those airports. Let's see. Minus 76. John had a great landing rate and didn't bounce. Boy, isn't that nice? She didn't bounce or anything. All right, let's see. Over here. So KJAC Jackson Hole. Oh, I think I've got it loaded already. Yep, Jackson Hole is loaded. All right, and KSLC is already loaded too. Oakland, I do need to load that in. And Ontario. And there's a vertical sim for Ontario if we decide to go there. So no matter which way we go, we're looking good. And it looks like we're doing pretty good. Salt Lake to Jackson Hole is currently leading by 1 vote. I'll do a 30-second timer, and we'll make the call. Here comes the 30-second timer. Flyer Studios, under an hour until I land at Charleston. 9 hours and 28 minutes. Holy moly. How are you surviving your 9-hour flight there? Flyer Studios. 20 seconds to go. It looks like Salt Lake to Jackson Hole in the CRJ. Flyer Studios is doing preparation. You can't do enough of that. 1 vote separation. And 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Salt Lake to Jackson Hole wins by a vote. All right. We already know that Jackson Hole is landing to the south. We already know that Salt Lake was taking off to the south too, I believe. Taking off and landing to the south. So that's what we've got there. We're going to fly a CRJ on this one. So controls are set and ready to go. Let's get sim loaded. Here comes the sim. And let's do a flight plan. New flight. And I don't have too many liveries, so I'm just going to be a United for this flight. It's KSLC Salt Lake, KJAC Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We're going to be in a CRJ. I'm going to do the 700, but it's a 550 variant, which means it's fewer economy seats and a bigger first class section. All right, so 16 left and 19 are the runways. Let's look and see. That probably makes good sense. They're landing on the right side, taking off on the left side, so that's pretty good. We'll just call it that. And we got the whole concourse built up there. Not a lot of ATC. They could pop on, you never know. So go to fuel planning and build yourself in an extra 15 minutes just in case. Krebby TV, you sure can. 737 will work good there. Okay, this looks good. We're doing the rugged departure to Moss. I think that's just fine. Generate the flight plan. But yeah, Krebby, the 737 will work just fine. All right, looks good. For this airplane, you do need a copy of a PDF flight plan. Okay, this is a CRJ5. KSLC, KJAC. And let's go ahead and update titles on Twitch. Flyer Studios, can't prep enough. No, actually, if it's some of your first times on Cross the Pond, one of the most important things that I always like to talk about for Cross the Pond is time it out well. You need to time things out well. You need to be ready to call for your clearance no later than 20 minutes before your slot time. You should do that long before that, about 30 minutes before your slot time. You need to be ready to call for push and start at 10 minutes before your slot time. And if you can do those two things, chances are you're going to make it out just fine, and there's going to be no trouble at all. It'll be great. Flight level 290, that makes good sense. That should be a good flight, and file. Filed and ready to go. Okay, find a place to park. I usually park up here on the north side. Let's see. Okay, so here's the deal about that. If you didn't get a slot, we still got a few days to go. And in a couple of days, one of the next things that's going to happen is they're going to release all the slots. That's what they call it. And that means basically what you do is you keep an eye on the slot reservation page, because that's when people who can't make it are going to cancel. And as soon as you see anything pop in, any kind of a flight, grab it as soon as you can, because everybody else that didn't get a slot's doing that too. And so what you do is you just keep an eye on that website, where you go to reserve a slot, and just go in and grab one that way. That's the best way to do it. Loviz does it that way all the time, and it's worked out pretty good. That's right. Yeah. You've got to do that. Okay, what do we need to do here? I've got everything. I can use charts in the airplane, so we're just kind of waiting. Let's see if it got up to 80 degrees outside yet. 80 degrees Fahrenheit, holy moly. Boy, is that warm. 27 degrees Celsius here. Lit Bikes, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Flyer Studios, that is a much longer flight. That's just a much longer flight. And I think they don't do that because it takes so long. I mean, it really is a long flight, you know, from the West Coast over to Asia. And having people committing to doing ATC and everything like that on a long flight is really kind of hard to get them to do. Zintas would rather have 60s. And the other reason, Flyer Studios, another problem I never realized was staffing in Asia. Okay, here we go here. Rugged 3, here is the route. I'm just going to put this in. I'm just cutting and pasting that. We're going to need our fuel number. We're going to need our passenger number, 48, and no cargo. So we'll need those for us a little bit later. And over here, we're good to go with that. We're just now waiting for the sim. So I didn't realize it was a staffing in Asia thing. I always thought Flyer Studios that the reason we didn't do cross the Pacific was because it was just so long. In the early VATSIM days, they did it, and Flyer Studios says it was a blast. 150 to 300 pilots would commit to the flight. Really? I'm not sure. I don't remember that. All right, almost done loading the sim. Do you remember about when that would have been, Flyer Studios? Like the early 2000s, the 1990s, something along those lines? Let's see. Manaphy is doing organizing. And you're going to get a Navigraph data subscription. Good luck with that. I know that that's a little bit pricey for a lot of people, so I hope you're able to get that taken care of. I know you'll like having that. All right, there it is. As soon as it says it's ready to load, I always wait an additional 30 seconds or so. Just kind of let it simmer down after it loaded itself in, that kind of deal. And once the movies kind of simmer down, we'll go ahead and hit start. And let's go to free flight. And we could just type in 550, and I'll bet it takes us right to the airplane. There it is. All right, KSLC. Salt Lake City. Manaphy remembers it was low visibility. Yeah, they usually do have low visibility at this airport and freezing temperatures, especially in the wintertime.
Subscriber confirmed.
Drone Pilot
Top
is back
clearance
with a
granted,
really nice
agent.
resub. Hey, Drone
Loyalty
Pilot,
muted.
thank you for coming back in with a nice resub. Thanks for some great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep this silly little thing going here. Okay, I think United's down here. I usually like to also wait until the map loads in before I hit start flight. Hello, Salt Lake. We are at gate Bravo 5. And then again, I'll just sit here and wait. It's going to kind of zoom around the airplane a little bit. I'll wait till the zoom around movies are good. Oh, look at that. We're at the proper CRJ parking on this, too. Manaphy, are you in Flight Sim 2020 or Flight Sim 2024? Okay, into the airplane we go. They don't have them in 2020. They have charts in 2024, Manaphy. Okay, first thing, come on over here, go to the aircraft. Hit cold and dark. All right, we have chocks in place. Power cart. Passenger door, cargo door. Drop the guardrails and get a jetway. Okay, ground has popped up, so we gotta slow down and wait to get clearances and stuff. So just kind of slow down on your procedures here a bit. Okay, so there's Bravo 5. And we're looking good there. Let's see. Microsoft Flight Simulator did not load audio. What happened? Audio didn't load. Okay, this could be a problem. That's a little weird. I don't have any audio in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That could cause... I do have vPilot, but nothing else works. We're not going to hear any of the airplane here. I wonder why that didn't load. That could be a problem. I may need to bail. I might have to I might have to restart. It did not turn on the audio engine. There's some things we have to be able to hear. I think we would still hear ATC, but I didn't hear anything else. Manaphy in the US, you get Chart Fox. 2021 and 2010 on previous years. So Flyer Studios, thank you. Okay, so they had there was a Cross the Pacific in 2021? Really? Wow, how did I miss that? And then there was also one in 2010. So it's like they do them every 10 years or something. This is a good Orlando scenery. Yeah, it is. All right, let's see here. I prefer the Lido charts too. They're very nice. Oh, I see. I think I've got a task manager problem. Hang on. All right, now it's cleared. Okay, well, it's showing up there. Okay, so Discord should work. Now, is it still showing? All right, we finally cleared it out. Good, now we should be able to start it without a problem. Sometimes something like holds on in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that can be a real issue. I think it'll work this time. Carol is doing Dallas to Orlando today, and then Detroit to Chicago. That should be you do have a long flight. Manafee also has Lido charts for Mexico and Italy. But yeah, AvGeek, I've really come to like and enjoy using the Lido style of charts. They're just good. Okay, sorry we got to reload and take a few minutes here. Good afternoon, Flocala. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. So the big thing that we're going to wait to do tomorrow is see if there is an update for Sim Update 5. And Sim Update 5, the way you know it's out is you start Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it will not have a big screen like you see there. It'll have a small screen, and it says you need to update. And if that shows up, then that's how you know that there's an update. There'll probably also be some people over on Spy Discord and other Discords saying that it is the update's available and ready to go. So you could do that. Flyer Studios, I would think that would be it. You know, the bit is how do you staff a 12 to 17 hour event? You know, and keep people with ATC. I mean, that's a long time. It's a very long flight. So it'd be, West Coast evenings, 5 to 6 p.m., and then early in the morning. So people are essentially doing a red eye. It's essentially a red eye overnight. You could do it, I'm sure. The thing is I'll bet it's a logistical thing, right? It's a logistical thing. Okay. And hopefully it's going to be a nice load here. Carol, do you recommend the A380 from Fly-by-Wire for Cross the Pond? You know, you could probably use that. It's probably stable enough that you could use it. The thing that you've got to do is remember that the A380 is not going to fit in all of the airports. So because it's not going to fit in all the airports, that would be a thing. Dubai to Orlando, you could probably do that. And I think it's going to be Orlando to Dubai. It's the other way around this time. Hello, NT28 Sim. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today. Okay, what else are we going to do? NT28 is Miami to San Juan, Puerto Rico. AvGeek reminds us, though, that Dubai is not in Cross the Pond. It's not one of the airports. Orlando is a departure airport is. Okay. What else can we do? We're really all prepared. Let's see. Ground did pop up here. So what we could do is look and see if we've got the right airports and stuff here. Runways, I mean. Oh my gosh, it's a book. Salt Lake Ada's Information Hotel, variable winds. Still using the 1.6s. Okay. Our route's just fine. Our route is just fine. Anything else around here? Nope. Okay. There we go. Got the sound working this time. Cool. AvGeek says a good A380 real-world route would be Boston to Heathrow. Well, and the nice thing about that is both Boston and Heathrow have the special gate configurations for an A380. Shrek Gaming, not tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to kind of take it easy, check to see if we've got an update for if Sim Update 5 comes out. If Sim Update 5 has come out, we will fly on Wednesday. If not, we'll pick it up on Thursday. And Sim Update 5 could come up on Thursday too. We're not sure. Okay, almost done loading, right? Microsoft Flight Simulator, please be ready. We have nice music. Music to load the simulator by. Mine usually freezes a little bit at that 68% loading world data point. Almost thinking of, deleting everything else out. Deleting the sim and just when Sim Update 5 comes out, get a whole new version. Carol is going to get ready for your flight. Happy landings, Carol. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. What's in the German mug? The German mug is from DT sent this over from Munich. This is a mug from Airbrow, the brew pub that is at Munich Airport. That I think is really cool that they have the brewery is actually at the airport, which I think is neat. So I've always had a little thing about Airbrow. I think that's kind of cool. But it's just iced tea and lemonade. Iced tea and lemonade. I know I should probably have a real German brew in there today, but you really can't just sip on beer the whole live stream. You'd be plowed by the end of it, and that's not good. That's right. The golfer Arnold Palmer would be happy. I'm not a golfer, but it's just nice. It's got enough flavor in there for the live stream that's nice. It's also cool. Landy is always slowed. So the big problem that I've got right now is I have a lot of scenery in my community folder. And the thing is yeah, using add-on linker speeds it up, but I spend so much time linking stuff in and linking stuff out for 3 flights a day, 5-6 days a week, that it just gets old after a while. So that's why, some airports I just leave in the community folder. Because, that's just, there's so much linking in and out, and I got tired of it. But really what I should do is maybe tomorrow I should just clean out the community folder completely. That might be the best thing for me to do. And start over. Flyer Studios. Well, living in the South, there is a lot of sweet tea. I lived in the South a few times. I kind of got tired. I got tired of the sweet tea. I would always, and everybody, when I lived there, they would look at me and say, "Oh, you're crazy," because I was always saying, "No, unsweetened tea, please." Everybody else likes sweet tea. I just said, "No, just regular unsweetened iced tea, please." And they basically said, so I didn't fit in because I wasn't drinking sweet tea. Okay, Shift C to get in the cockpit. Let's do VATSIM. That's right. You know, delete the rolling cache and the shaders. That's another important thing that we'll do. There's a little application that you can get over at flightsim.to. I'm gonna put the name of it in. I didn't save the address. I didn't save the name, but it's called MSFS 2020 and 2024 Cache Removal Tool. That's a good little fast tool for doing that. Okay, and we are a CRJ7 and file. No, and connect. That's a fast way to get all that stuff done. All right, here we all are. Oh my gosh, we've got an Alaska ATR over there. We got a CRJ over there. And we got a 737 and an Airbus over there. So we got some nice airplanes. Let's see, we should get Elevate X turned on for a little bit of humiliation upon landing. All right, Elevate X is on. Senor Tomas, yeah, this is a 550. So if you look back in the cabin, it's a 700. This is a CRJ 700. But United came up essentially with the 550 so that we would only be 50 passengers because they didn't want too many passengers. It's a union thing. And so you see there's an extended first class section and then a big area here in the middle for carry-on luggage and then steerage back in the back. So that's what the 550 is. It's essentially a 700. All right, so as before, best thing to do, I go to the aircraft. I hit cold and dark first. Just cold and dark. Ground power, passenger door, forward cargo, aft cargo, drop the guardrails, and go and get the jetway. And here comes the jetway. And now we have a jetway out there. Okay? So now with that, we'll come in and bring in our flight plan. Go to Flight Plan and Import. And it's going to say it's a mismatch or something like that. Don't worry about that between the 550 and the 700. It's got the correct route, and that's what we care about. Okay? Now then, I seem to have a clearance. So let's get the airplane turned on, and then we'll go ahead and get stuff going. The airplane has actually good sounds, and I have Boris sounds. I bought the Boris sounds for this airplane. I really do kind of like it. So basically, we'll look down here. Let's move the yoke and the rudder pedals, and that's about as much as we can do because the throttles are locked. That's our throttle. That's fuel cutoff right now. So up here we go. And the first thing is the battery master, and I'm going to turn the sound up on this. And then I'll come down here and do nav lights. Let's do ground power. Nav lights are on. We need to turn on the hydraulic 3A switch. Come over here, no smoking to on. Emergency exits are armed. Windshield heaters to auto or low. Come on over here and we'll do recirculating fans on. And we could also turn up the backlighting on the overhead panel to make stuff easier to read. And everything's coming to life here. Turn off the master caution. Clear those up. Hi, Dextro. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in. We're just getting ready to go here. All right, so navigation data, 19 March to April, 15 April. Oh, wait a minute. That's the old one. April to May. The active database is good. So that's nice. Let's do position init. We are at Salt Lake City, KSLC. I'm at gate Bravo 5. And then take that. You could go over here and go to the next page and get a GNSS or a GPS position. Go back to page 1. Compare that with your gate position. They should be relatively close, and just pop it in there. Then come down to the bottom of the center console, and without tapping your parking brakes, turn nav and nav on. And then I usually, on my way up here, I kick the integrated lighting up quite a bit. Patrick just came in with one of Two-Tone Murphy's really cool, always full pints of Guinness. Hi, Patrick. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Let's also come over here, and we're going to get this integrated lighting up here too. Just makes it easier to read things. Okay, let's see. Our clearance from Salt Lake Ground says Rugged 3, Holter, Moss, Jackson Hold, altitude, squawk. That all looks good. 9,000 feet. Departure frequency is expecting 16 right. That is a change from what I thought, so let's expect the right side for departure. So we'll put that in our notes. Top of the evening to you, Patrick. Thank you again for the Two-Tone Murphy emote. That's one of the nice ones in Flight Sim. Okay, we're all good to go. Let's go start putting our flight plan together. You can do it several ways. You could send it to the FMS. You could set your payload and fuel from the flight plan. I generally do it myself. I just do it myself. It's easier. Replay is doing controlling ground right now. Hi, Replay. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, so let's turn down the sounds. They're essentially done now. It gets really loud. Okay, so let's do our flight plan. Pretty simple. We're at KSLC, Salt Lake City. We are going to Jackson Hole, KJAC, Jackson Hole. Good to have your flight plan just open, okay? So our alternate airport is Billings, KBIL. Our flight number is United Airlines, Flight 441. And our first waypoint today, outside of the SID, is Holter, Holtr. Holtr. I always think it's good to be able to paste up your flight plan like this and do it yourself every now and then. Replay, you're doing Salt Lake. We will give you a call in just a second. You probably sent us the PDC, so thank you for the PDC. After Holder, it's Elk, E-L-L-K-K, E-L-L-K-K, Elk. After Elk, it's Moss, M-O-S-S-S, M-O-S-S-S. And that's it. That's your flight plan. We're done. Execute. Now then, what we'll do is do departure and arrival real fast. We know that we are departing thanks to our clearance. Our clearance says expecting 16 right for departure. So 16 right. And we are doing the Rugged 3 departure. And we exit at Holter and execute. Come back to departure and arrival. Our arrival is going to be the, okay, now we got to go and look at a chart because I don't remember if it's the Yankee or the Zulu. This airplane has surprisingly good charts. So charts. Now what we'll do is we'll use the FMS flight plan to generate our departure and arrival, Salt Lake. So airport, we need parking gates. We need airport info. Looking good. Go to your SID. Remember, it's the rugged departure. Go and do the little arrow back. Jackson Hole. And now we have to do, okay, so we're not doing any of the arrivals. Senor Tomas did the ILS Yankee. That's what I was going to look up here. So on the arrival, I was going to look up and see. So Senor Tomas did the work. Let's look at the Yankee. The Yankee here, there's Moss. So there we go. So let's stick a pin in that one and go to airports and stick a pin in airports. And there we go. So that's good. So we know that now if you just hit the pin, it stacks all your charts up really nicely. So we know that we need the ILS Yankee. Let's plug that in. ILS runway 19 Yankee via Moss and execute that. Cool. Let's go ahead now and we're going to go and open up the little flap in the back of the airplane. And if you go to the back of the airplane, you see the flap open for the APU. And it says the door is now open. I'm going to start my APU and it's time to load the plane. This time we go to performance. And if you look over here, I do load payload and fuel. So to do that, you go to page 3 of your flight plan and you put in your passengers. Click the passengers. And I'm going to board 48 passengers and hit enter. I'm not going to have any cargo up front, so I'm just going to put in 0. I'm actually not going to have any cargo in the back either, so I guess everybody's doing carry-ons. And my fuel is on page 1, and our block fuel is 4015 pounds. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Sim brief. View the flight plan. It did it in kilos. I need new numbers. Hang on a sec. And this is only for the flight plan. I don't need to change it. Kilograms, pounds, regenerate. Close out the old flight plan PDF file. View the PDF. Save the PDF. And done. Go open the PDF. And now we have pounds. So my fuel that I actually need is 8,854 pounds of fuel. And we still have no bags in cargo. So let's put in our fuel, 8854. 8854 and enter. Now we come down here and see where it says 0 fuel weight. Let's see how close we are. I'm supposed to be 53,628. 54,928. Close enough. Set the payload in the sim. Copy performance data into the flight management computer. Slide over here and look up here a bit. We're going to go flaps 8. It's a dry runway, and I'm going to set my speeds for departure. And if we look down here, it's now time for us to go and do flight plan and performance. And look at that. It's already put in our passengers and cargo, and our 0 fuel weight is already in for us. So our cruise altitude is 29,000 feet. 29,000 feet. If we have to fly to our alternate airport, that's at 37,000 feet to Billings. Yeah, right. 37,000, yeah, flight level 370 to Billings. Okay. It's an awful big climb for that. Okay, and now we're going to execute that, and there's our first page of weight and balance. There's 3 of them. Page 2 is going to be our cruise winds. That's on page 1 of your flight plan, 256 at 27 knots. 256 degrees at 27 knots. ISA temperature deviation is +5. You just need to put a 5 in there, and I don't bother with climb winds or descent winds. Execute. Page 3, estimated time of departure. Right now, it is 22:18 Zulu. I'm going to guess we're out of here at 22:30. Execute that. And that looks good. Let's go to performance and see on performance, it gives us a flex temperature setup. So over here, if we go over on the performance page and in the lower right hand corner, it says takeoff and landing. At the bottom, it'll give you a flex temperature of 39 degrees. 39 degrees. That looks good. Come down here, MFD, multifunction display menu. I'm going to go into the window and I'm going to just click over and turn on advisory VNAV. That's all we're going to do there, and go to the progress page. And all that's ready to go. Now then, let's come on over here, and I usually use this for the radio page. We do have some ATC, and Salt Lake ground is 123.775. 123.775. We've also got towers popped on. Tower is 119050. And I'm going to put that in number 2. My PDC shows that I have a squawk code of 4205. 4205. That goes in ATC 1.
Well, ground up to 1120, clear of 16 lab, parking at Alpha 36.
I hear somebody already on frequency. Okay, so all of this looks good. Now we need to come over here and do some more numbers in the autopilot. Charts. Salt Lake. We are expecting runway 16 right. Our heading is 164 on the departure. So put that in right now. 164 on the departure.
Yeah, up to 1120, clear of 16 lab, parking at Alpha 36.
It's a small number underneath.
1T, standby.
Underneath the artificial horizon. 164. Okay, 164 looks good. Hey, Yanni Vision's back. Welcome aboard, Yanni Vision. Thanks for coming in today. Our initial climb clearance is 10,000 feet, right? No, 9,000 feet. So altitude, and that's going to be 9,000 feet. Again, a ridiculously small number right there.
Delta 120 has action traffic.
There we go. We do have an ATIS. Information, India, the altimeter is 2994. That's over here.
Hotel 5, Golf 5, Delta
2994 goes in there, and that's set too. Captain Chris is going to call it a night. Good night, Captain Chris. Have a great night in Frankfurt. I guess you've got another late day, and then it is a day or a couple days off, right? Because you did the 3 early, and then it's 3 late night, and then it's a couple days off, right? So happy days off, Captain Chris. We'll catch you next time. All right, let's go ahead. APU is up and running, so that's good. Passengers should be coming aboard. Let's get ready to get out of here. So all of this is here. Oh, one last thing. So setting the airport elevation, the landing elevation, you got to do that in this airplane. This is where it gets to be a real pain in the butt. So, you know, in Flight Sim, you can go and pop out a window, right? So look over here, and you see we've got this monitor here, the one on the far right, this. This one has our landing elevation. See where it says 0? Well, the dial to set it is way up at the top of the upper panel. It's hard, you can't see it. So what you do is hit the Alt, put your mouse in the middle, hit the Alt button, and then it pops it out. It puts it in its own window. Now what I do is I squeeze it down to make it manageable. Manageable size, like that. So there we go. And then what we'll do is we'll look all the way at the top. And the cabin pressure is this dial right here. Dial it up. Captain Chris, tomorrow last late, and then me and your boss are going to go to Aero at Friedrichshafen. It's a big general aviation. What a great time. Hey, Captain Chris, I hope you have a really good time at that. If they allow any pictures of any really cool airplanes that you see, if you feel like putting them over in Discord, and let us know, it would be great to see that. Okay, I already forgot our altitude. Our altitude is 6451. I'm going to just write it down. 6451. Okay, so 6451 is the altitude. And then what we'll do is we'll come back up here and we'll dial it in. I hope you have a really great time. Now we just have to sit here and dial it in. And you see the landing elevation number in green is clicking up. 6451, and that's how you set this. This is about the only time that I will ever pop out a screen like this, because this is so awkward. Good night, Captain Chris. Happy landings. We'll see you either Wednesday or Thursday on the live stream. 5,000. 6. All right, there's 6.3. We need 6.4. 6451. It's 40 or 60. We'll go 6460. Our landing elevation is set. We'll close it, and now we're ready to go. That is one of the big pain in the butt kinds of things that we have here. Okay, let's make this a normal size. And I'm going to make these nighttime. And I'm going to take traffic off and parking gates over here. And we're good to go. Now we'll go to aircraft, and it's time to close the doors. First, let's retract the jetway, and we're going to close the cargo doors. Cargo doors are closing, jetway goes away. Ooh, the ATR's going. Okay, now what we'll do is you see the handrails are down. What we're going to do is we're going to go and put the handrails up in case somebody decides to come aboard with a last-minute load sheet or something. Okay, so that's good. Now we'll just close the door. Door's closed. All right. AC is disconnected. We're on the APU. I'm going to disconnect ground power. I'm going to make sure my parking brakes are in place. They are. I'm going to remove my wheel chocks. But first, removed and all your doors closed, and then you can remove your chocks. And then I'll go to charts, and we're all ready to go. Okay. Let's see. Somebody was having a hard time finding the squawk. So you come over here into the radio and you put in your squawk code 4205. Then you come down to the center console down here. And if you come down here above the brakes, so there's the brakes. If you come up here, this is your ATC select, and now we're squawking mode Charlie. And that's how you do that. Oh, it's a Q400. Oh, Landy. So that's somebody that's flying an X-plane, right? That's somebody flying, if that's Q400, somebody's in X-plane, which is what you would actually be flying. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's request pushback and startup. First thing we need to do is come over here, hit the ADIS button. ADIS information India is current. We are at stand Bravo 5 and 123775. Salt Lake ground, very good afternoon from United 441. We are a CRJ 550 at gate Bravo 5. Information India is aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
United 441, thank you for India. Push and start approved. Tails for nose to the west, sorry.
Push and start approved. Nose is to the west for United 441.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, there's our pushback. And there's a wing walker walking by. So that was a Q400. There is a great Q400 over in X-plane. Okay, seatbelts going on. We're going to get the rest of our hydraulic pumps on. We're going to turn on the fuel booster pumps.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
We're going to turn on the beacon.
Yep.
And that's good too. It's almost time to go. See, we got an Alaska 737 over there. And there's that United 737 that's already pushed back. Again, this airplane looks a little small, and some of the textures in the cockpit look a little cheesy. But I gotta tell you, it's a good airplane. It's a good little airplane. And our crew chief's doing crew chief stuff. We're going to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
And by the way, the people in GSX are supposed to be the average height of us normal adult humans. So that gives you a really good idea of how big the airplane is, which I think is really a neat thing about GSX. And away we go. Let's go and start an engine now. Okay, everything's good here. Starting engine number 2.
Yep.
All right, N2 is going up.
Salt Lake ground, United 324, ready for taxi, and we have information India on board.
And 20.
United 324, thank you for
fuel.
India. 16 right, taxi via Echo Alpha.
And fuel go. There goes an engine.
Alpha to runway 16 right, thank you, United 24.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set. And we got a good start on engine number 2. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. You have to hold it down a little bit on this. Here comes engine 1. N2's coming up nicely. Check the oil on engine 2. Make sure the oil isn't dropping. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and fuel.
Unlocking gear.
And here comes engine 2. And we got 2 good starts on our engines.
Right is clear.
All right, let's come on up here. And we're going to turn on the packs, get the AC going. There goes the packs. We're going to turn on our probe heaters. Probe heaters are on. Done with the APU. And the APU is done too. Come on down here. It's flaps time. Flaps 8. And we just got a salute and release from guidance that we totally ignored. And come on down here. Now there's 5 buttons to push. And you can push them a little bit too fast, so just carefully, one at a time. Yaw dampers first. 1, 2. Stabilizer trim. 1, 2. Mock trim on. And you just get those done. We're done with GSX. We'll turn that off now. And everything looks pretty good there. Come on down here and press one of the buttons on the sides of the throttle. That'll put us in takeoff mode. And we're good to go there. 2 cry is in chat. Welcome on in today. And now we're ready to go. And again, this is a pretty good sounding airplane, which I really like. G. Harrison, thank you for becoming a subscriber over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Okay, forgot to set the trim. Go to performance, and your takeoff trim is down here at the bottom, 7.7. Okay, and so there's trim, 7.7. We're good. Shall we get out of here? We are squawking. Salt Lake ground. Hello again from United 441. Pushed and started from Bravo 5 facing west. India remains aboard requesting taxi.
United 441, runway 16 right, taxi via Echo Alpha.
16 right, we are going via Echo and Alpha for United 441. That is a tool, that cache removal tool. It's a little thing that you can get over at, FlightSim.to. Parking brakes off.
Salt Lake ground today. United 9927 is ready for taxi with India.
Here we go. Add a little power.
United 9927, verify your squawk is 5235.
And it's just a little app that you can run, and it works pretty good for just clearing your cache. Okay, we're coming out here, and we're going to go Echo Alpha. So come out here, 16 Echo Alpha, out we go. That's pretty easy to go. It clears the cache, yes. And we need nose wheel steering arms so we can use the nose wheel tiller.
Salt Lake ground, are you seeing that Squawk 5235 for United 9927 now?
United 9927,
well, I always, everybody talks about how important it is to clean the cache in Microsoft Flight Simulator, yet sadly, I'm on a pretty tight budget and don't have any cache, so I make that joke all the time, Irvy. Probably gets a little old.
16 right via Echo Alpha, and we'll follow that CRJ in front of us, United 9927.
Echo Alpha.
United 324, contact tower 119.05. See, have a good flight.
Over to 119.05, thank you so much, United 324.
That's Alpha next. But I always, it's a great airplane. It's very, very well done. And I really enjoy it. I would not want to take it into a really big VATSIM event unless I had a really good night's sleep. Okay, let's come on over here. Takeoff config check is good. Seatbelts, no smoking. We're ready to go. And that's because no auto throttle on this. So this airplane, you're basically going to hands on the throttle almost, except for, you know, descent, climb and descent. I'm going to push them up just a little bit. We got a long taxi. Ground speed's 11 knots. We can wrap it up on a big long taxi like this up to 20. There's 13 knots. Ooh, 14, 15 knots. We're really moving now. We're NASCAR driving here. Throttle's back to idle. $15 knots. Should probably hold it steady for us. We got an airplane taking off. It's that United 737. Zoom. Okay, speeds for takeoff. V1's 124, rotate at 124, 134 if we lose an engine. Oh my gosh, look at the... Oh, look at that windsock. We've got a little bit of a breeze for our takeoff today. Little bit of a breeze, huh? Okay. Buckeye said to hydrate, and it was 14 minutes ago. Thanks, Buckeye. Now's the perfect time to get that done. And if you've been flying with me all day, you should be hydrating and
United
stretching.
441, contact tower 119.05. See you. Have a good flight.
119.05 now for United 441. Thank you. Have a good week. Salt Lake Tower, hi there. United 441 is pulling up and holding short at runway 16 right. India's aboard, fully ready.
S441, Salt Lake Tower, good afternoon. Winds are 270 at 7. On departure flying 295 from 16 right at Alpha 10, clear for takeoff.
26 right, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, our heading is was that 295 for United 441?
Affirm, heading 295.
295 after takeoff, United 441, thanks. I'm setting that bug right now. Two 290 1, 2, 3, 4. 295. We're all ready to go. Let's get ready to rumble. So now we know what our turn is after we take off.
From 9927 Salt Lake, good afternoon, runway 16 right at Alpha 10, line up and wait.
16 right at Alpha 10, line up and wait. United 9927.
Landing lights. Strobes are already on. Throttle's up about halfway. And hit the clock. Chronometer's good. And check it. We are in flex takeoff mode, so we're good to go there. Hey, Rocket, welcome aboard. $80 knots. V1 and rotate. Positive climb gear. And we can go and start our turn. About 1,000 feet per minute. Speed's coming up.
9927 on departure, flighting 295, we're 16 right, clear for takeoff.
Fly heading 295, clear for takeoff, runway 16 right, United 9927.
United 441, losing airspace, Alexander is off the line, radar services terminated, frequency change cruise, see ya.
122.8 for United 441. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend from United 441. Flaps 1. Speed's coming up. I'm going to add a little altitude since it's just us. Flaps up. Whoops, overturned a little bit. This airplane keeps you busy. There's 220.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
All right, that looks pretty
Loyalty
good.
noted.
Now what we're going to do is we're going to do heading, speed, and AP engage. And I'm going to move this up to 250 on the speed. And it will adjust our pitch and continue the climb. We're going to go to flight level 290. So I'm going to go put 290. Jim just did a resub. Hey, Jim, thanks for the resub. And happy, hope it's a good day for you. 44 months. Thank you for 44 months of great support. And thank you for being in here today. $29,000 feet. 25, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
927, little airspace, Alexander's offline, radar.
Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and get over to advisory. So 122.800. 122.8. Okay, we're good to go there. How are we doing here? Looking good. We've got bubbly over here. So there's bubbly over there. I'm going to get a little bit closer to that since we're going to basically be doing a 90-degree turn. Oh, there's 11,000 feet. I need to increase our speed, so it's going to drop the nose, and I'm going to increase it to 270 in the climb. So that's good. And then what I'll do with this airplane is as we get closer, so we're 10 miles from bubbly, let's start our turn. Or Bubba, or whatever it's called. Okay, so here comes our turn over to Bubba. And we're going to go and pick up our LNAV route right there. So you can see here, we're coming on in. And Bubby. We have to be above 11,000 feet. We're above 11,000 feet. After takeoff items, landing gear is up. Flaps and slats are up. We're good to go there. Continue our turnaround to Bubby. 13,000 feet. That looks really good. Nothing really to worry about there. Drama just came in. Hi, Drama. Welcome aboard. Probably Wabi. We've got a busy week ahead next week. All right. Continue the turn. Okay, now that we're close to Bubby there, so you can see we're kind of close to Bubby, and we're leveling, stopping the turn. Let's go ahead and do our direct to. So in this case, it's going to be direct, Bubby, execute, and nav. And we've now picked up our LNAV and we're good to go. Looking over here, we are in climb mode, so it's a climb detent. We're in climb and we're climbing at about 280. I'm going to go ahead and increase my speed now to 270. I'm going to increase it to 280. There's 280. And again, it's not an auto throttle. It's just managing our speed with pitch on the climb. There's 17,000 feet. Haven't scratched the paint yet. Oh, we can do landing lights. Landing lights off. 10,000 foot cabin call. A little bit late. That's okay. Altimeter. Hit the baro button. 2992. You also have a separate one over here. I didn't set it for departure. Oopsie. And we continue to climb to flight level 290. Looking down at our legs. Yep, legs are still there. Okay. After all that and the silly comedy, you can see that we basically got our flight all the way set in here. Hey, Mikey. 19,000 feet. We're going to Jackson Hole right now, Mikey. And then this is also the week that we think that they're going to be releasing Sim Update 5. So we might be doing an extra live stream, Mikey, on Wednesday if it comes out on Tuesday. That's right. You always have to check your legs. Make sure your legs are still there. We're above 12,000 feet at rugged, so we're good to go on that one. And we're done with these charts. And our next chart is the ILS Yankee for our runway. They're doing the ILS Zulu. Well, they're relatively close. I'm just gonna do that, okay? This week has been nothing but change the arrival. We could go and do our minimums now. 7,077 feet. Oh, this will take forever. So that's a special number above the artificial horizon. There's 1,000. And LNAV has got us, so we got time to do these things. It's way early to do that, but since I'm all alone in this sim cockpit, I'm going to get it done now. Because when I'm flying and we're managing speeds and stuff, I don't have time to set, a huge minimums like 7077 here. 116 miles from top of descent. There's 6,000 feet. $7077. So the closest we can get is 7080. Minimums are set. Do you see how long that took? I mean, just sitting there holding the button down while it's spun up there like that. It's good to get that done at a time like this. So, all right. Altitudes are all looking good here. We start our descent at Moss. At Fapo, it's 9,600. So we'll make that our descent. Progress, we're 197 miles from Jackson Hole. We could go and look if we want to here. And we could just look at the Jackson Hole approaches. I've got the ILS Yankee loaded in. The Zulu. You could pick that up at Moss too. It's virtually the same thing. I'm sure that there's important differences, but we're flight simmers. And we're just going to kind of chill. Besides, it's time to start thinking about getting moose bread and stuff. Seatbelts going to auto. There is also a hole at the Jackson Hole. That's right, a watering hole, no doubt. I'm going to reset the heading bug up just like you do in a Boeing. Always keep your heading bug pointed straight up. And we're doing pretty good. And we could turn on some spy jams again. And we're going to have some really great scenery coming out here too. Mikey has been on the other side of Florida for the last 2 weeks. Let's make the map a little bigger. That looks good. 99 miles to top of descent. A nice departure out of Salt Lake. Jackson Hole does have a tower up now. Okay, it says visuals in the Zulu. 19, so it's the same runway. The altimeter is 3004. Okay, cool. And Jackson Towers 118075. Let's get it dialed in, ready to go now. 118 decimal 075. And put that in recall so that you can do a total recall along with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Neek speaks. We have a long-haul flight scheduled for Saturday. And we're going to be departing about 4 hours earlier than the spy flight usually starts. So the spy flight's starting a little bit early. It's a 1500 Zulu departure time. And that's going to be Boston to Leipzig. Mikey's been seeing departures today with A320s, CRJs, and 737s. Yes, departing North America, heading to Europe. All right, now all of a sudden you can see we're up here. So what we need to do is I'm gonna move my bug to Mach 0.77. We're in climb mode, so I'm gonna move my physical throttles down out of climb mode. Now we're in cruise mode, and you have to manage them yourself. And this is where it gets tricky. So you see I got a little pink line on top of the white arrow for speed. And to hold Mach 0.77 here, I'm going to move my throttles back just a touch here as soon as okay, so let's start moving it down until the top pink line goes away. Now, sometimes if you move in too much, you'll have a pink line at the bottom underneath the white line. And we're holding about Mach 0.77. And that's what we do. So, we are 76 nautical miles from top of descent. Nothing significant for me. Those are just the airports that are available to me. Polyot helped me with deciding which airports. Boston is a cargo airport, so is Leipzig. So I'll probably be a Lufthansa Cargo MD-11 on that. Mikey says it's going to have to be box or DHL. Well, only DHL I have is the A300. That's not going to make that flight. So I could do, what is it, Aerologic, I guess, for box. But I think Lufthansa Cargo is cooler. So I'm going to be Lufty Cargo. Mikey, so I could, though, do a Postman 777 freighter. So I could do a 777 freighter and do Postman. So maybe that's a good thing to do for immersion. Heading. Beppy, yeah, we'll probably wrap it up after this one today. Remember, we're going to probably do an extra flight on Wednesday if the sim gets updated. Yeah, Neek speak. There are a couple of military cargo airplanes that you can get. It's BCS and Aerologic. DLH Cargo does go there, but EDDF is their base. Yeah, I think the MD-11 is going to be cooler. It'll be a little more fun, so I'll do that one. Let's see, Granite. Grantopel? Did I say your name right? From Austria. Guten Abend, welcome in from Austria. Thank you for coming by today. Thank you for coming and flying along. Okay, everything looks good here. We're holding our speed really nicely. Mach 77, just what the doctor ordered. Looking over here, we are 56 miles from top of descent, and we need to be at Moss at 12,800 feet. Neek speak, you gonna head on out? See you sometime on Saturday then. Have a great one. Thanks for coming by. If I had X-Plane 12, I could have taken the Fella 747-200 freighter. Really? Mikey? Wow. That's actually a great airplane. And it was it was such a generous gift from Sim Caesar. I mean, just one day it popped in there, a wonderful gift from Sim Caesar. That's one of the airplanes that I would definitely get into if I reloaded X-Plane, because it's an amazing airplane. On the other hand, that airplane, guess what? You got to run the flight engineer panel, and there's no happy little helper like we have over in the L1011 TriStar. So there you go. What's holding me back? Downloading it, going over into the other computer, getting all of my registration numbers for X-Plane out of the other computer, bringing it over here. I mean, it's basically probably 4 hours of loading, setting up, and getting things ready to go. Just, and that's kind of the biggest reason. AC3 level, welcome back. Thanks for coming in. But that's the big reason. And so I would have to do that, on one of the days that I'm not live streaming. And at the risk of sounding old and cranky, On the days that I'm not live streaming, I actually take a lot of naps. I go to the grocery store, I clean the floor, I clean the bathroom, I clean the kitchen. And that's kind of the reason why. I don't use the Rex Atmosphere. I don't do that one. I've seen it. I'm just using the Microsoft Flight Simulator weather engine. Re-entry orbital simulator. That was actually a really nice gift, I believe, from Russ. Granatäpfel in German is pomegranate in English. Really, am I Granatäpfel? Am I saying that close to right, maybe? And it's pomegranate? Oh, you could add, Mikey, you could add all sorts of turbulence in the sim if you wanted to. There's turbulence if you want it, Mikey. I have mine generally turned down. All right, so let's go. At Dunyer, I'm going to go 12800. So we're going to go ahead and set this here. Hi, Mach 3 outdoors. 12800 is going to be our altitude. That's 6, 7, 8. Okay, looks good. So we're all set to come in here. And that's going to be 12,800 feet at Moss. Is that what it says in Mr. Flight Plan? Legs? 12.8. That's what we want to be. So we're looking good there. Top of descent is showing up here too in about 25 miles. So we're good to go there. It's been a good day today, Mach 3. We did Vectors to Copenhagen. Vectors to Copenhagen. Not a lot of people in Vectors today, but it was a really good event. It was a good time. Then we did a cargo run in the caravan down to Key West, and that was nice. And now we're kind of wrapping the day up with a nice little CRJ flight into Jackson Hole. Hope your day has been going as good. We've stayed out of trouble. We didn't get yelled at by ATC. Mikey says it's hot in Florida. Oh, flying in the sim is nice all over the world. It's just like, you know, right here in the comfort of your living room, right? It's the most comfortable thing in the world, right? Of course, other places it's a little bit different. Obligatory live stream sneeze. It's like every day that there's a live stream, there's got to be a sneeze right in the middle of it. Mikey's going to take the 737-700 tomorrow IRL. Have you got a nice arrival? Thanks, Original Dark Wind. All right, top of descent is 10 miles. So what I'm going to do now is I'm at Mach 0.77. I'm going to change my speed bug down to Mach 0.74. Okay. Mikey's getting back to Newark. Okay, so we're looking good there. 8 miles to top of descent. When we're 5 miles from top of descent, I'm going to pull my throttles back and go to Mach 0.74 and start my descent. I hope you've had a really good time in Florida, Mikey. I know you've also been asking about some other career choices. I hope some people have been helping you out with that. Okay, 5 miles. Reduce our throttles. So pulling my throttles back. Speed is now coming in. Irvi had a minus 600 in the baby Boeing today. Okay, our speed is indeed coming down. And 1 mile. Perfect. So vertical speed. And slowly increase that to 1,800 feet per minute in the descent. Now then, look back over here at the speed. And you can see we're picking up just a little bit, so we're going to have to roll the throttle back a touch. And now we're descending at Mach 0.74. And I'll let it kind of get a little bit closer to 280 knots because that's going to be my speed in the descent. Where do I get the Mach speeds and stuff? Over on the speed tape here. And if you don't see it says Mach, so right now it says Mach 0.78. So let's go ahead and change from Mach 0.74 here. I'm going to hit the center of the speed button. Now it says 291 knots. I want to dial this down to 280. And now let's look in here. And now I need to pull my throttles back a little bit more. Those are just arbitrary numbers that I've come up with. That is my smoothest descent in this airplane. Those are just spy numbers. They're not official. Mr. Canada Air did not say that. Those are just my silly numbers, okay? You took a break from careers the last 2 weeks. I'm going to give teaching another go for the year. Mikey, good luck with that. I know it's been kind of off and on for you, but continued good luck. All right, so my speed is now coming down to 280. We're at 25,000 feet. Seatbelt's going back on. Seatbelt's on. And there's 280. We'll probably have to bump the throttles up a bit here now, because we don't want to be going too slow. And there we go. There's about 280 in the climb, in the descent, I mean. And that looks good. And our descent's pretty good at the moment. Okay, Jackson Hole Tower is 118.075. 118.075. And we're going to just dial that in right now.
November 29 Romeo Sierra Extender down Locker Bay.
Come on over here to performance. Landing 131. I'm going to land at 135. Now I'm going to set some bugs over there and go back to charts.
November 926 Mike, November Kitchener Tower, good evening.
Going a little bit too fast. Bring the throttles back a bit.
Alpha, on an intersection up 3 available.
And in November 6 Mike, November, runway 19 at Alpha 3, taxi via Alpha 3.
19 Alpha 3, Alpha 3, 6 November.
Sub 1398, welcome to Texel, left unable, and taxi terminal via Alpha.
Terminal via Alpha 1398.
November 189 Romeo Sierra, right base turn.
All right, let's bring in the map a click here. It's a 20-mile map. I'm going to make it a 10-mile map now. We're at about 280. That's pretty good. Now then, we're still a little bit high, but this is a high-altitude airport. So even though we're not close to 10,000 feet, I'm going to change my speed bug now down to 250. Actually, 210. We're going to get busy here. So I'm going to let it coast to 210 knots. Now, we're still in the 280 zone now, but I'm 15 miles from Moss, and we're a little fast for these turns. So I'm going to reduce my rate of descent also to help me slow.
November 189 Romeo Sierra, runway 19er, cleared for the option unable stop and go, and caution wake turbulence.
I'll make it a touch and go. November 189 Romeo Sierra.
6 November, ready to go.
November 6 Mike November, continuing short for now, line of traffic.
Okay, there's about 1,500 feet per minute, and this airplane actually tells you in advisory VNAV that you need to be descending at about 1,500 feet per minute right there. So that helps us out too on our descent. My speed is still a little fast. We're 10 miles from Moss. Are we at least decelerating? I'm also at thrust idle. We are at least decelerating a little bit. So let's just trust the airplane for a little bit. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? No fear or no sense. You decide. 18,000 feet. Let's see. Jackson Hole, ATIS. Information Bravo. The altimeter's 3033. Press the button. 3003. 3003. I said that completely wrong. Okay, altimeter set. Let's also set the backup altimeter because we want to be good pilots. 3003. There we go. That looks good too. Why do I keep asking what could possibly go wrong? Because here on the spy flight, we spend most of our time flirting with disaster. Okay, we're still going fast. I'm going to throw out some speed brakes here. Little speed brakes coming out right now. Little speed brakes coming out. We're still a touch fast. And advisory VNAV says we can reduce our rate of descent to 1,400 feet per minute. That will help us slow down too. And our speed brakes are still out. Like a lot of other airplanes, you can either go slow or you can descend. You can't do both. There is at least 250 knots, so that's okay. I'm going to continue to let the airplane descend now to the final plunge altitude of 9,600. 9,600. Okay, we're good to go there.
November 6th,
Speed continues coming down. That's good news.
At Alpha 3, clear for takeoff.
1 at Alpha 3, clear for takeoff, right close traffic midfield, each pass 6 Mike November.
Okay, V flaps for 1 is 230 on this airplane. So we can start throwing the flaps out and we can put our speed brakes back down.
November 19 Romeo Sierra, runway 19 clear for the option.
Advisory VNAV says we can slow our rate of descent even more. That is going to help us manage our speed a lot better. Okay, that's good. Jim says parachute will probably help. There's 230. I'm going to go flaps 1, and now is also when I'm going to arm my speed, my reversers.
We're midfield.
November 6 Mike November, turn down the car base.
I'll extend, I'll call your base. You'll call the base.
Okay, there's now 210. I'm going to go ahead and bug 180.
DA62, 2 o'clock, 7,000, reported flight.
There we go, there's 180.
How did you know its altitude?
November 6 Mike November, maintain visual separation with that traffic.
Visual separation, 6 Mike November.
Good day, United 324 on the ILS Zulu for runway 19 with information, Bravo.
United 324, Jackson Hole Tower, good evening. Runway 19, the winds are 200 at 16, gust 24, clear to land number 3.
Clear to land number 3, United 324.
Jackson Hole Tower, very good evening from United 441 overhead. Done your VOR with information Bravo.
And that tower, we don't have the traffic sight anymore. He's like behind us.
November 6 Mike November, Roger. Right base turn approved.
Base turn approved, 6 Mike November.
324 traffic. She's gonna be at your 12 o'clock. So 170.
Okay, there's 180 knots.
Roger,
let's go ahead and we're going to push the throttles up a bit now. and try and hold 180. Reduce our rate of
United
descent.
441, Jacksonville Tower, good evening, continue.
Continued. United 441, thank you. Yeah, I know you're not, because this controller has a lot of traffic right now, I decided to call them a little bit sooner just so that I could get on their radar and say, hey, you got another airplane here. And that way, they could tell me slow up, speed down, even though they're only controlling tower. I wanted to get in touch with them. Okay, there's 180. Our descent's really good. And it looks good here. Speed brakes are down.
And United 324, do you have that traffic in sight?
Really nice scenery out here.
See him, but I'll
So again, just being nice. Okay, we're going a little fast because I have my speed brakes out. There's 180.
Go around United 224.
Okay, cool.
324, roger.
6 Mike November going around.
Remember, 6 Mike November, roger.
I'll go on top of you, buddy.
9324, left turn immediately.
Turn left.
Wow, we've been coming in here in the middle of winter and there's been so much snow here and now there's just none. And there's like none on the mountains either. Snowpack in this part of the world is way down here. It's way down in this part of the world. Map a click.
93248, sir. Produce change to advisory, group today.
I can't imagine that there's still skiing going on in a lot of these places. And here's our nice little gentle turn into the airport.
November 6 Mike November. Enter right down to go around for runway 19.
And what we're going to do is we'll hold 180 till 5 mile finals.
Return tonight.
Like a good airplane.
November 169 Romeo Sierra, right base approved.
Right base approved, 9 Romeo.
Okay, let's come on over here. I'm going to have heading hold. And I'm going to have heading hold. We're going to activate that. Heading hold is good. We're going to switch over to the ILS now. And we're going to turn on approach. And that's going to help line us up there. So that was really nice. A little bit slow now. There's 10,000 feet. And now we're going to reduce our rate of descent a lot more so it can pick it up. So we can pick up the glide slope. So there's 500 feet per minute. Add power for 180.
November 6 Mike November, traffic's going to be top right, DA62, support site.
We are looking for November.
I've got an airplane 5 miles ahead of me.
November 6 Mike November, roger. Break November 19 Romeo Sierra, traffic at your about 1 o'clock, system 172 upon site.
Look at him inside, he's sort of right in front of me.
He's right in front of me. It's heading right at us. Panic. Oh, that was good. Yeah, he's right in front of me there. That was awesome. Okay, what do we decide for speeds for landing? Performance. 131, let's call it 135 to land. 135 to land. Tim Dog has a across the pond truck. Way to go, Tim Dog. Glad you got one. Okay, so now I'm holding 180. Let's go put in, and we're going to use speed. I'm going to bug 135.
Traffic, Archer 8904, Mike
135.
Parking.
There is my bug there.
Traffic with information, Bravo.
And we're still holding about 180. That's really good. Congratulations, Tim Dog. I'm glad you got one. Okay, that's too fast. Dulles to EDDP.
November 189 Romeo Sierra, reduce final per speed.
Final per speed.
Never a dull moment at Dulles. Hey, Dredson, welcome back. You're heading to bed, 2 a.m., wake up tomorrow. Oh my gosh. We're about ready to land and then wrap up the live stream for today. All right, landing lights on so they can see us.
November 189er.
Cabin call.
Make one more right 360, please. For spacing.
Number 189 Romeo Sierra, we'll try. For November 189 Romeo Sierra, do you want us to make this a minimum approach speed?
November 189er Romeo Sierra, negative. Could you please enter
There's 5 mile vitals. I'm going to start reducing my speed now to 130.
Alright, we'll get ourselves back in the downwind then, Romeo Sierra.
Speed down to 130.
November 189er Romeo Sierra. Clear down car base leg. What?
And flaps. And landing gear.
Alright, we'll get into the downwind and we'll...
Drumma, there are some incredibly smart kids
And then do you want us in the left downwind or the right downwind for 189?
that do ATC.
Right downwind.
Roger that, right downwind.
Is that the airport? Am I about ready? Am I flying over the airport? I think I'm flying over the airport.
United 441, you might have to go around here. We have a Cessna 172 on the runway doing a stop and go.
So United 441, we'll go around.
Roger, thank you.
Okay, go around. Is outbound to Kickney.
United 441, looks like that C-172 is clearing. You able to still make your full stop landing?
United 441, we'll give it a big dive and see what happens.
United 441, roger. The winds are 200 at 16, gust 24, runway 19 are clear to land. Caution, traffic departing prior to your arrival.
United 441, we'll watch out for traffic. We should be able to make the landing just fine, United 441.
November 189er Romeo Sierra. Reduce final approach speed and right base turn approved.
Approach speed, right base approved, number 189er Romeo Sierra, and we had that traffic site.
November 6, Mike November, extend it down with our base.
Alright, we'll extend it down and you'll call the base 6 Mike November.
November 6, Mike November, CRJ 7 about at your 2 o'clock now, or front base.
We got a ski south in sight 6 Mike November.
November 6, Mike November, maintain visual separation without traffic.
Biz 6 Mike November.
Second hold tower, United 9927 is on the ILS between Warman and Goo.
United 9927, Jacksonville Tower, good evening, continue for now.
Continue for United 9927.
United 441, welcome to Jacksonville, left enable, taxi to terminal via Alpha.
Left one able, taxi terminal via Alpha, United 441.
November 6, Mike November, traffic to about your 3 o'clock, DA 62, front plate.
That's behind us. We don't see him.
That was not a stabilized approach. No, that was a totally unstable approach.
November 6, Mike November, traffic about at your 2 o'clock, CRJ 7, front plate.
We have a traffic in sight 6 Mike November.
November 6, Mike November, maintain visual separation when the traffic break. November 189 Romeo Sierra, the runway 19 clear for the option. Unable stop and
That's
go.
right. They do not do that in real life.
189 is the option, able stop and go, number 189 Romeo Sierra.
That was not a real life battle maneuver. Okay, well, welcome to
For Mike Alpha, holding short of runway 19er, ready for departure.
Archer 94 Mike Alpha Jacksonville Tower, good evening.
that might have turned into a it was. I'm sure a couple passengers that were back in the cabin that didn't have their seatbelts on probably went weightless for a little bit of that. They probably were a little bit weightless.
November 6, Mike November, right base turn approved.
Base turn approved 6 Mike November.
Horizon 525, traffic at your 12 o'clock, system 152, port site. United 9927 with a 200 at 16, that's 24, runway 19er, clear to land.
Runway 19er, clear to land, United 9927.
November.
That's probably pretty good right there. There are biohazards back in the plane. Oh, I'm practically certain some people have barfed their guts out on that one. That was a little on the rough side for a few. Okay, the APU is up and running. So engine number 1, engine number 2, stow the reversers. That's good to go too. Come on down here, stop squawking. And we don't need the fuel booster pumps anymore. That looks good. We'll also turn off the probe heaters because those can get pretty hot, I hear. We only need 1 hydraulic pump, so all of those can go off. Let's do seatbelts 2 off now, and the beacon can go off too. Come on down here to the aircraft. We need chocks first, a ground power cart, passenger doors, and there we go. There's our doors opening up, and everything's set. They made it. Holy moly. All right, let's see how bad that landing rate is. Here's the other CRJ that came in with us from Salt Lake. And according to Volanta, our dive of death here. Hey, look at that. We were right on the touchdown point, though. Right on the touchdown bars. Hey, that was great, right? Our landing rate was 394. GeForce was 1.10. Not great, not terrible, but that was actually a little bit closer to the great side. That was not so bad. I mean, considering our last minute dive of death that we did, let's, point it all down. But they've got like 3 Cessnas here at Jackson Hole doing touch and goes. So those are actually acceptable numbers. They are. And here comes the other CRJ. Had a couple of 737s coming up with us too. So that was pretty nice. This was a nice flight. And again, a lot of people don't think that this is a great airplane. This is a great little airplane. It absolutely is a cool little airplane. I'm going to go ahead and run power off AC, ground power, and we'll keep the APU on for keeping the cabin nice and cool. So this, again, there is a lot to this airplane. And it is a challenging airplane, especially when you don't have the auto throttle in there. The real world pilots, they basically fly the plane with their hands kind of resting on the throttle, bumping it up a little bit, bumping it down a little bit, back and forth. But that's the way they run this thing. And it's also an acceptable airplane if you're going to go and do another flight. Senor Tomas, yeah, you came in from Salt Lake with us. So that one was really, really nice. Just a good flight. We had good ones today. But the big headline, of course, is going to be tomorrow. Hopefully we get Sim Update 5. I'd like for us to get Sim Update 5, not because of course we're excited about it. We want it. Yeah, I want it right now, right? But we also would like to have Sim Update 5 in place and have it for 2 or 3 days if possible, so that we're all ready for Cross the Pond. And that's a good thing to do. 2 years since original Darkwind has flown the CRJ. You got the Starship and didn't realize what you were getting yourself into. That was the Starship's kind of a nice thing. So that's a good deal. Okay, so plan for tomorrow. Get up in the morning. You don't have to get up too early in the morning, probably 17, 18, 1900 Zulu, something like that. Go to your computer, start up Microsoft Flight Simulator, see what happens. Maybe it'll say that you need an update. If you need an update, that's basically saying, hey, the update's happening. The other thing to do is, starting tomorrow morning, keep an eye over on Spy Discord, over on the main Chit Chat channel, over on Spy Discord on Chit Chat, because this is where we'll be posting things that say, hey, look, guys, this is this is it's out. So this is where we'll be posting that information as soon as we know over on Spy Discord. If you're not a member of Spy Discord, there is a free place to get it. I think it's about 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern time. I don't exactly remember. I've gotten a couple of sim updates and still, the day of a spy flight and still made my normal departure time. So yeah, 5 to 8 Eastern, maybe, we'll see. I mean, there's nothing. And if it does turn out that there is going to be a update, let's plan on getting together tomorrow at 1800 Zulu and take it out for a spin and see what happens. Could be a good time. So we'll see what it is that there is. If not, we'll get back together at we'll get back together and see what happens on Thursday, which might be the other big day that they're going to be doing that. 15 to 1600, yeah, somewhere around there, Tim Dog. So hopefully we got some good news and cool stuff's going to be happening. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and make some Mediterranean lentil soup because it's so tasty. So I'm looking forward to a little bit of that and just chill out with you tomorrow over on stream on Wednesday if it comes out. But we'll be talking about it over on Discord and answering questions if you're having a hard time and stuff like that. So Wednesday, but everything's over there. Matt YYZ, thank you for being here. Senor Tomas, Mach 3 Outdoors, thank you for coming in today. It's Senders Gaming did a follow while I was sitting there yapping away. So thank you for being here. I hope you are doing good. Take care, AvGeek. Thanks for coming in. Tim Dog, thank you for being here. Sim Caesar is doing the pre-show before Sim and Moose get together and do the jump seat. That's going to be a regular Monday thing that Sim Caesar does. So I will look forward to seeing a little bit of what's going on at Caesar's Palace. Take care, MG King. Thank you for being here. Mach 3 Outdoors. You take care as well. There was some nice resubs today, some nice cheers. Thank you for the support. Thanks for watching today. Really looking forward to seeing you on Discord tomorrow and very possibly on Twitch and YouTube on Tuesday. In the meantime, yeah, get plenty of rest for Cross the Pond, but also be really nice to yourself. Take good care of yourself. It's crazy out there. Get rest. Be nice to yourself and stay healthy and stay safe. Because we're all kind of going, what's going to happen next, right? Thank you for coming in. I hope you have a really wonderful few days, and I can't wait to see you back here on Twitch and YouTube. Until then, have a really nice evening, and thank you for being such great Flight Sim friends. See you soon.